and I talked about this before. It's that, you have to just walk a fine line. No one wants to be lectured about what they should or can't eat. You should about the practices that avoid the food that they come from, that they can make informed choices. They don't have to stop eating this or that, but at least they can make choices that make the lives of millions of animals better. Just by their minds, right? No, of course, George, and none of us want to be a scold. None of us want to tell people what to do. But it's important for all of us who care about animals, and I rarely find someone who doesn't care about animals. You have to be a hard-hearted person, not to think about these creatures who are innocent, who feel pain like we do, who have emotions like we do, in a sense of they have happiness and joy, they have sadness, they have loneliness. And, in our society, we have really, really put animals into certain boxes. We think of them as just part of these big industries, and we don't give much of a thought to how our actions affect them down the line. When we're eating, when we're buying products in the marketplace, when we're wearing coats. Used to be nothing to wear a fur coat. Now, so many people recognize, my God, you're killing 40 mink. You're stitching their pelts together and trapping them in the wild or keeping them on a fur factory, and you've got an option that is just as warm, just as stylish. Why do we need to do that? And I think it's the goodness of humanity. All of us trying to do better when it comes to our treatment of animals. That's a really core responsibility, and it can be overwhelming, but, you and I are going to have a wide-ranging, and are having a wide-ranging discussion. It's a real problem. We're not doing this, you and I having a discussion this because it's some sort of academic exercise, because it's real. These animals are at risk, and we can do something about it because we're smart enough as a species, we're creative enough, we're innovative enough to figure out options for us that don't produce a trail of animal victims in our wake. Let's jump right into horses. How did this investigation begin? Was there a suspicion that it was happening, and you needed to gather enough evidence to prove it? This issue of horsepower has been around our country for a long time. So we used to have horsepower plants, and we had them all over the country. I'm from Connecticut originally. We had a horsepower plant in Connecticut when I was a kid. Your home state of Nevada. There were horses that were rounded up from the wild, and the trucks were full of horses that were on their way to slaughter plants. In fact, famous advocate by the nickname of Wild Horse Andy, trailed one of those trucks. It was literally a blood trail that was following that truck that was filled with horses who had been taken off of the range. And she campaigned, Wild Horse Annie, across the country and rallied people to stop the slaughter of wild horses. So this has been a big issue. I've worked on it for years. When I was working on it in the early 2000s, 2007, we finally shut down the last 3 slaughter plants in the United States. There were 2 in Texas, 1 in Illinois. It was through state lawmaking and judicial actions that we shut those plants down. Texas had a 1949 law. So you think of that. Go back to the very end of the first half of the 20th century, and Texas, which is a conservative Yeah, I was amazed by where the numbers were a few years ago and where they are now. But it's really, I think, in this study, it's still 20,000 horses a year here, right? It's a lot of animals. You think it's 30 horses jammed onto one of these trucks, you think 20,000, of these horses a year. That's 666 shipments of horses filling the truck every year. That's 2 a day going over our borders. And just think of these horses. They are white and bright animals. They've got these big, beautiful eyes. They've got these long legs, powerful bodies. Well, there's a threat. They run. And that's their great gift, is their ability to run. It's 45 miles an hour. They can't run from these people. They stand into these trucks. They have the stallions and the mares bunched together. They are frightened. They know that something is wrong. And they go on a passage of hundreds of miles or 1,000 miles where they are just treated like, an animal just waiting to die. They just don't give any consideration to their well-being. And it used to be, George, in 1990, just to take, a 30-year span of this, we were killing 350,000 American horses. They were being slaughtered at plants throughout the United States, slaughter plants, or they were being shipped to Canada and Mexico. It's dropped because of concerns about cruelty, concerns about food safety. These horses are coming off of ranches and racetracks where they have substances administered to them, like butazolone, which is an anti-inflammatory, that's forbidden for consumption by humans. But no cattle, no pigs, no animals traditionally used for food are administered with that substance, or another 125 substances that have been documented in horses that are headed for the food chain. Now, not the food chain in the United States, fortunately, but the food chain in Japan or China or Russia. And a lot of people are now concerned about this food safety issue. They're concerned about the animal welfare. And let's also note that no one's raising these horses for food. They're opportunistically gathered up by these show buyers, and they're misrepresenting who they are. Very few people who go to an auction want their horses going to slaughter. And, for us to see the misrepresentations that occur for a lot of these, in a lot of these settings, is just another aspect of this mass betrayal by humans of horses who play such a role in our human experience. We'll talk about Randy Kelly of Animal Wellness Action. We'll continue our conversation about horses, in particular about wild horses, how many of them end up in this pipeline, and then expand the conversation about the species. Bob Dylan's Shelter from the Storm. Living in another lifetime, one place. When I can learn the best view, the road was to the moon. I see you find the revenue, a creature void of flow. Come in, say how you can. Jumping for if I pass this way again, you can risk it. I'll always do my best to play on that I did my word. No one's looking at just a measure I fight and take it wrong. Come in, but I'll get out. Jumping for not a word was spoken below. That's hard. I'm Mark Bonner, KFI 24-hour news. Southern California is cooking up from a historic winter storm. Thousands of homes and businesses were without power yesterday. Heavy rain and strong winds impacted the region. Heavy snow was reported at higher elevations. The rain also led to flooding on streets in the San Fernando Valley, and high were reported at Hampton Dam and in Pasadena. Officials from Michigan and Texas say they weren't told ahead of time that contaminated soil and water from the train derailment in Ohio was being sent to their states for disposal. More than 1 million gallons of toxic waste has been removed from the accident site. A judge in Texas says they were told the waste was coming to her state a week after it arrived. Southland weather to KFI. After a brief dry spell today, the rain back tonight with lows in the mid-40s, mid-30s in the Empire, 30s, and a chance of snow in the Antelope Valley. Rain continues tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s, 40s, and 50s. and has been cleared from lanes to drive recovery from an exposition. Island Park is trouble when they're southbound at Avenue 43. They have crashed there out of lanes and on the right shoulder. They have high as the shadows get to their faster upper hand band. At every fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startafitness.com. Recycling the swimming, running to running, download the box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startafitness.com. That's startafitness.com. And use their hundreds of different individual open to complete 6-day pass with mobile on the regular other than it is easy to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun. The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did do was get help from professional counselors. For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Hilton, along with experts, news makers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most baffling, creepy, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a cannabis that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's good to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. And you find AM 640, more stimulating talk. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning. Let's get clear on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people arguing with the local abortion to go to church still handle live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMY. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KMY live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KMY AM 640. KMY AM 640. More stimulating talk. AM.com. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George. Rolling Stones song is not literally about wild horses. It's used as a metaphor. It's just a beautiful tune, and I use it every chance I get. No excuses needed. Wild horses, American Mustangs, are protected by law. The law of the land was enacted unanimously by Congress more than half a century ago, and the Mustangs are not supposed to be killed for meat or used for dog food or mistreated. They were meant, the law was meant to allow them to live out their lives on the public range. But, a lot of landowners hate the Mustangs, want them gone. The BLM, Bureau of Land Management, more than happy to go along with that and round them up, round up as many as they can. But still with buyers that Wayne Caselli mentioned, find ways to get their claws on the Mustangs, send them into this bloody pipeline that leads to slaughterhouses, contrary to the law, as this new report documents the conditions of those meat plants. Dilapidated, dirty, nothing close to any humane standards for animals or protection for people. It is a dying industry, but one that is still causing so much suffering, and it needs to stop. We'll continue our conversation with Wayne Caselli about horses, and then expand it into an even larger arena, a larger issue, an area where you can help in a very direct way, just by making a call or sending an email. Back in a moment. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today, save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, use promo code to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Real people, real stories. I had a tumor. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine to prevent it. So I started taking carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it. Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and then there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eyes, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. So the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye. Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Wayne Caselli, it seems like a lot of people have to look the other way for this to happen, to keep happening. And horses stranded in these corrals right there near the border. Packed with horses crossing into Canada and Mexico. I mean, Helen Cruz is one need to see this. Your investigators saw it with their own eyes, right? They did. In 10 states and 2 countries. One takeaway, George, is there are just 2 plants now operating in Canada. There's one in Alberta, and it's called Bouvray Ltd. And then there's one in Quebec, and it's beyond Richelieu. And the Alberta facility is incredible. It's a vast, holding area outside the slaughterhouse. No shelter, no protection, whatever, for these horses. Parrots being documented minus 30 degree temperatures I mean, these horses are, they can withstand something, but not -30 with no shelter and no place to go. If you're a wild horse out on the range, you can seek shelter. But when you're packed in a corral and you've got nothing to protect you from -30-degree winds and chill and just bitter cold, I mean, that is also an animal welfare issue. Freezing an animal to death is an animal welfare issue. And, we just have so many problems that nothing could be worse for the horse than ending up in the hands of the kill buyer and then being funneled into the slaughter pipeline. What kind of reaction to the report so far, say on Capitol Hill or regulatory actions? Is anyone paying attention, or is it going to take the public to get involved and really raise their help? Well, they're paying attention, but the only way that things will change is if we, as the American people, get riled up about this. The Congress already has, weighed in on this topic and said no slaughter in the United States. Well, if it's wrong to slaughter American horses in Illinois or Texas or New Mexico, then it's wrong to slaughter American horses in Alberta or Quebec or Chihuahua. There's just no rationale for it. We don't eat these horses. This is not even something you've been calling industry. This is a loose network of predatory individuals who are opportunistically taking up horses for their own little small network and its profit. There are no industry standards. They have no standards of care. Even the major livestock organizations, the cattlemen, the pork producers, that we've got a lot of problems with in terms of how they care for their animals, at least they have some animal care standards that they purport to observe. There are no standards because this isn't even an industry. This is the kill buyer grabbing an animal, putting the animal at some horrible holding facility, then having a kill trucker take the animal to a holding facility in Shelby, Montana, near the border with Canada, or toward the border of Mexico, in Texas. And then, eventually, after more mistreatment, more neglect, shipping them down to be butchered. These horses have eyes as wide as saucers, once they see other horses being killed right in front of them. I mean, just think about this. These are conscious beings. They're prey animals at some level. They're alert. They see an animal killed in front of them. I mean, my God, it's a horror movie. If human beings had to endure that sort of thing, we would understand and immediately empathize with the terror that someone would feel with the inevitability of death. Right there. So that's what happens to these horses, and it happens without us knowing. And that's why it's so important that our investigators at Animal Wellness Action and our partner organization, Animals Angels, pull back the curtain to see what the hell is going on here. Is there any argument to be made, or has anyone tried this? It's really humane because these are abandoned animals. It's preventing them by slaughtering them. At least they're not starving to death slowly. They're abandoned. Somebody got rid of them, doesn't want them, but they'll just die on the side of the road if they go through death. Well, that's in the argument, George. You articulated. I know that's not your view. You're being a good journalist in iterating their argument. I have a few responses. Number one, we have some abandoned dogs and cats. We have homeless dogs and cats. But, the difference is that the kill buyers see homelessness and abandonment as a commercial opportunity. You and I and others who care about animals see this as a moral responsibility. That's a great difference. The other aspect of this is that what could be worse? What could be worse than falling into the hands of these people? I'd rather be abandoned and wild horses, and know that, I've heard these stories for years. We've documented some of it, that wild horses are supposed to be protected. They end up with these still wires as well, and they get put into this cycle. I don't know if we know how many of them, but BLM continues to round them up. You headed an organization, a huge organization, that cut a deal. It's one of several that cut a deal with the Bureau of Land Management and sold out the wild horses. Basically, we went along with a plan. I mean, not when you were there, obviously, it's after you left, but they went along with a plan that really screwed them over. And now, we got a new administration. It doesn't seem to matter what party is in control. The president is. He's running the Department of Interior. Those roundups continue. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, and just get rid of these horses when they're really not causing the harm that the lights do if it happens, right?
It's totally exaggerated, George, and you really have to look at the four-legged creatures who are on our Bureau of Land Management lands and Forest Service lands in the West. There may be 80,000 wild horses and burros stretched over a couple of 100 million acres. On those same lands, there are 4.5 million livestock, cattle and sheep. Yet somehow the cattlemen and the sheep ranchers say there's too many wild horses. I mean, you just need to have a basic understanding of arithmetic to see that there's something deeply wrong with that assessment of the situation. So I believe that this is a contrived problem. We do support active management with fertility control to address this problem. And that fertility control, where you use a dart gun to contracept the marriage and limit reproduction, can keep the population from getting too high, and it will also keep the horses on the range. We in the United States, our federal government is rounding up these horses. There's 50,000 of them in holding facilities in the United States, and that is costing $2,000 to $4,000 per horse per year. It's busting the budget of the Bureau of Management, and it's an outrageous outcome for horses who are supposed to be wild and free. It's not a captive wild horse management program, it's a wild horse program. Keep them on the range.
So I know anybody who's read the report by now is been ticked off, but what would you like our listeners to do tomorrow?
Contact your lawmakers. This is a federal problem. It's a government problem. It needs a government solution. 202-224-3121. Support the Rome Act to restore our American Mustangs Act to stop this insane treadmill of roundup and keeping tens of thousands of horses in captive holding facilities. To use fertility control as an active population control management program, to end these mass roundups with helicopters. It's like a rodeo situation for these horses. And we've got a second bill called Veterans for Mustangs. We're supporting that to get our veterans, our military veterans out in the field, helping these horses, doing the contraception work, but engaged in a wide variety of other practices to help our horses. The BLM needs a complete reboot. I really think, George, this is the Congress when we're going to get some major stuff done on this issue.
And on the slaughterhouse issue, the same thing, called members of Congress. Is there anybody who's sort of leading the charge?
Yes, we're getting everything ready. There's a farm bill. Every 5 years, the Congress does a massive farm bill that puts together provisions related to agriculture and food and nutrition. And it also includes animal welfare issues, because the Animal Welfare Act is under the control of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, that has the closest touch on the pork slaughter issue. So we're going to try to attach an amendment to the farm bill this year. So urge your senators, the U.S. representatives, to support a ban on horse slaughter, and that includes live export of horses for slaughter and burros for slaughter in Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, it's got to stop. So along the same lines, while they're on the phone, they could maybe make a call about the FDA regulation. This is unbelievable to me that it was ever the law of the land. The fact that it's still the law of the land is amazing. But the FDA requires animal testing, meaning killing, torturing, experimenting on animals for a whole range of toxins.
Well, this happened for 84 years, George. The 1938 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act statute that, again, like it sounds,
we're having a problem with this. All right, we're talking about the Food and Drug Administration, Wayne Pacelli's organization, the Center for Animal Wellness Action, and the Center for Humane Economy are two of the ones that have been sort of leading the charge, trying to get the change in these regulations that have, for a lot of years, required private companies, big companies, corporations to conduct animal testing. The research, I think Wayne is probably a better person to say about this, but research has shown that animal testing does not work. It's a simple fact that the kind of tests that are carried out on animals, millions of animals, torturous experiments, injecting them and exposing them to all kinds of chemicals and other harmful substances just don't work. The test results are not applicable to humans. That's the basic truth of what's come out. So, Wayne, I think you're back with us. I was just trying to give my very vague way about the FDA regulations and the fact that the test results from animal experiments just don't work. George, this is the incredible part of this, that for 84 years, we, as the United States government, mandated animal tests, multi-species, multi-generational for every new drug. And drugs really define our medical work in the United States. I mean, we have this drug for every sort of affliction, the palliatives, and, temperatures. The problem is we haven't solved a lot of these great problems that afflict human beings. Cancer is still widespread. We've got Alzheimer's and other neurological diseases that are creating havoc for families, for friends, and so many people that we know. We're not finding any cures. At the root of this is this problem with investigational drugs. And, we're doing testing on animals for two purposes. Safety, so we want to try to screen the drugs, which makes, of course, eminent sense to see that you take a drug that doesn't kill you because of side effects. Then we test it for efficacy or efficiency that the drug is going to do as advertised. And this has been a standard since the Depression era, and perhaps in the 1930s, it made sense. It made sense because animals were perhaps the best proxy for human beings. If you couldn't test on animals, you couldn't test on humans in an ethical way, that animals are the next closest thing. The problem, as you know, George, is that data are conclusive. The data show that in 90 to 95% of cases where the animal test clear a drug for safety and efficacy, it fails in clinical trials. I mean, a 90 to 95% failure rate is extraordinary. They do a food code fever in the NBA, and you're getting 5 or 10% of your shots. This comes from the team the very next day. I mean, even in baseball, where you're expected to get 3 hits out of 10 at bats, this isn't even close to that. And this is sending us down the wrong direction in terms of our testing protocols. The Congress recognized it. Rand Paul, the conservative senator, who's an MP from Kentucky, he helped lead this effort with Cory Booker, a liberal from New Jersey. Other medical doctors in the Congress were involved, saying, hey, we can do better than this. We've got 21st century strategy. We've got organ on a chip. We've got a liver on a chip. We're a kidney on a chip. These are human cells that we're now replicating the functionality of a human kidney or liver, and we can test the drug on those human cells in that form of a human organ and get much more reliable results. So this, I think, George, represents about an incredible fail. 75% of all animal testing is drug development. The list of mandates is truly one of the great advances in the contemporary animal protection movement. But now we have to make sure that the Food and Drug Administration is working with pharmaceutical companies, with academic institutions like UNLV, USC, or Yale or Harvard. Now actually can use the 21st century testing strategies and not keep relying on eagles and primates and other animals whose lives are sacrificed often for no valuable purpose. We're talking with Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action. When we come back, wolves, kangaroos, cockfighting, dog fighting. fighting. A lot of ground still to cover here. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast. Marvin Gaye takes us into the break. We are driving coast. We are heading is a driving force today. Distractions across the country. Distractions drive with us. 0707 to become a member of the NAA. Let's join 0707 and become a member of the NAA. A minimum of 5 years and walk up to your location where you are guaranteed to be spotted 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who stabilize national parks. Okay, maybe you want to rethink this one. What do you think? How good? Bill Handle. Oh, you know the name of the guy. Why haven't you recorded it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's no changeover in the office anyway. Well, that's the reason we're slow. Because it is on tape. No. Yeah. And then the second half, unless you finish, they're only cutting your reflecting your down, and then they're probably done again. No. Yeah, no. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Have you noticed how they're locking up high-end products? But now locking up more and more freaking milk is going to be locked up because it's so expensive. Can you imagine? I want to book FDA and they call the clerk over and run lock bill handle. That's because crime has just exploded. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The complaints are out. Eventually watch it and it's just the advocacy crowd. They get donations. It's their job. What they do for a living. They're funded by wealthy people who take this on as a cause. Doesn't care if it's whack-a-mole, they keep whacking them. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Critical thinkers want it. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County, live on the iHeartRadio app. From a trickle to its point, I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Los Angeles River and other waterways that normally flow at a trickle or dry most of the year has been waiting thanks to 8 or more inches of rain in some areas of Southern California. Our fires Brian Humphrey says fire crews used a helicopter to rescue 4 homeless people who became stranded in the river's major flood control basin. 2 of them had hypothermia and were taken to a hospital. Police are looking for a man that spotted exposing himself on Truman Canyon Trail in Studio City. Police say they've been getting calls about the guy since December. This will new high-speed area often says he's worried. It's a little spooky that you can come out here and feel like you're then going to be flashed or targeted or followed or, people are really coming out here losing their lives. So people have posted photos of the guy on social media. In one photo, the man is seen on his back and during the touch. Another video shows the man with his hands down his pants in front of a home. He has increased patrols in the area. In Studio City, patrols say the Biden administration is looking to make it more difficult to get prescription drugs from telehealth services. Under the new regulations, healthcare providers will have to have at least one in-person visit with patients before prescribing or refilling those sacred drugs. The Biden administration says patients who started receiving prescriptions for controlled substances during telehealth during the pandemic could continue to do so for 180 days after the therapy takes effect. Dr. Johnson says the new measures because the new rules are part of an effort to combat the deadly opioid epidemic in the U.S. And the Major League uniforms are starting to look a little more like Liberty uniforms. Oh, definitely. They have sponsor patches on them. The agents are now sporting this SBM on a blue and white patch that stands for Foundation Building Materials, a construction supply company based in LC. SBM, the country's first security patch sponsor, Now, the visual social teams are allowed to disperse sponsorships on jerseys and batting permits. The Padres have a deal with Motorola, 4 years and $9 million for the cap. The Red Sox have a 10-year, $17 million deal with Mass Mutual, and Kroger packets are now on Cincinnati Reds jerseys. That deal valued at $5 million. And you can KFI News.
So my brother from CFI, if you were missing all that rain, it comes back tonight with lows in the mid-40s, mid-30s in the Empire, 30s in the hands of snow in the Antelope Valley. Rain continues tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s, 40s and a bit of snow in the 80s, and it's going to stay like that until Wednesday night. Right now it's 48 in Irvine, 46 in Brea, 44 in Burbank, 36 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Long. In Hollywood, this is on 101 southbound at Highland. We have cleanup crew from an earlier crash. Take up the right lane now. You're getting late as you approach this area. In Highland Park, this is on the 110 southbound at Avenue 43. Little fender bender there, taking up the right lane. You drive it from Moose Keys to Mass Strike. It's Burritos. We have good news. Earlier crash was on the 91 westbound before the 605 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive recovering in that area. KFI has got to get to the faster right, man. You heard this saying, two wise pound foolish, right? If you do something that saves you a little bit right now, penny, it can end up costing you big time in the end. Now, this is Leland Smith, founder of Service Technique, Plumbing, Heating, and OC, and we see this all the time. People putting off paying up their permits because they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. But it only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88. This is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your credit done. You'll also save money in the energy bills, and your system will last longer. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Service Champion for a physician furnace center today. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com. Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environment. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You can start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu. Prescription products require online consultation. The healthcare providers will determine if the prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. Website for full details before taking information. Prescription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase. Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper, and you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and a free kidney if prescribed. Love your results or your money back. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY. I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the sanctity of elections like it is a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere. We like to assume that elections are this absolutely routinely run mechanism. The idea that there wouldn't be problems is betting on miracles. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I need you. What was the name of your first best friend? No friends. What was the name of your first dog? No dogs. What's your favorite band? I hate music. Bill. I have a hard time filling those out. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Local solar, local and veteran home, citrussolar.com. KFI, AM 640.
George. For those of you listening live, yesterday, Saturday, would have been George Harrison's 80th birthday. One of his masterpieces, all things must pass. We're talking with Link Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action about a range of animal welfare issues. A couple of years ago, he and his colleagues were directly involved in a battle in California to provide more humane living conditions for chickens. I don't know if there's a more abused animal in the world than chickens, what they go through, and they want to give basic standards, little more living room for chickens laying eggs. These gigantic chicken warehouses, and it passed the ballot initiative out, despite doom and gloom predictions from the chicken industry that this would drive them out of the state, it would drive them out of business. Fast forward to now, when we've seen these big spikes in the cost of eggs. And you knew inevitably, invariably, somebody would try to blame it on humane standards. Oh my God, it's driving out of business. This is what we told you would happen if you tried to give chickens more room to live. It would drive up the cost of eggs. Well, is that really what's going on? We're going to find out here in a moment. So stay in. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at BullionMax.com/coach. That's right. BullionMax will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to BullionMax.com/coach to purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you listeners. Again, go to BullionMax.com/coach now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. BullionMax.com/coach. BullionMax.com/coach. Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together. I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me. Me too. I'm glad we are. Love has individuals and national friends are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation. And it feels good. Wow, the story is so yeah. When people actually sit down and talk and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and promote their community. At LoveHasNoLabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own. I know one thing, this conversation gets me out. It gets me a lot of hope. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at LoveHasNoLabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council. Okay. 54 minutes. 54 minutes. George, it's better. Wait to tell you, let's talk chicken. Seems like your work often involves chicken. I think they're maybe exaggerating the most abused animal on the planet, given all that is done to chickens around the world. This latest issue of egg prices, I don't know if you saw this story that came out, I think in Arizona, the egg producers saying, oh yeah, this is because of these better living conditions for chickens. What do you say to that? Well, I'd say it's nonsense, George. I think you're right. If you look at the numbers on the abuse of chickens, we raise and slaughter 10 billion chickens a year. And that's more chickens raised and slaughtered every year just in the United States than there are people on the planet. Just think of that as a logistical exercise. The scale of it is almost unimaginable. Then you think of the cockfighting and some of the other abuses. You really make a case, the right observation rather when you say that. In terms of the laying hens and the egg prices, it's clear why the prices have gone up. We're having the most significant bout of avian influenza in U.S. history. It's going to be the costliest avian influenza outbreak we've ever had in our country. And that relates
sometimes our mishandling of animals. I mean, we've got wild birds that have low pathogenic avian influenza. They fly down the migratory flyways, the Pacific Flyway, the Atlantic Flyway, the Mississippi Flyway, and they can infect other birds. But what makes them, what makes these operations so vulnerable is we've got so many of them clustered in these hen houses. You might have 200,000, 300,000, 360,000 animals. That virus gets in there. It's got a 90 to 100% mortality rate for the birds infected. But even if they haven't been infected, just yet, if some are infected, then the USDA and other state agricultural authorities depopulate, as they say, the entire house. This is millions of chickens and turkeys have been killed. We've got about one laying hen in the United States for every person. So the average laying hen is now producing about 280 eggs a year. They're ovulating almost every day. You think about 365 days a year. They're producing 280 eggs, which is just way different than what they used to. Their ovulation period historically wasn't even close to that. So the problem is, let me just say on the numbers, 330 million Americans, we've got about 330 million laying hens because we're consuming, each of us, if you're eating eggs, about 280 eggs a year. Some of that is a whole egg, and other eggs are built into packaged products and packaged goods. And these birds, historically, were turned into cages called battery cages. 6 to 8 birds in a cage. The cage is about the size of a large microwave. The birds are shoulder to shoulder. They can't even extend their wings, even 2 inches. That was the norm in the industry. But again, we're treating animals like they're biological machines, like they're egg-laying machines. They can survive, in many cases, but that's not really a life worth living. All that we did in California was Prop 2 in 2008, and then Prop 12 in 2018, was to say that the animals had some space to extend their wings and move around. I mean, a movement standard is not a radical standard. It's the least we can do for animals contributed to food production to serve human beings. Any farmer who is worth his or her salt gives them an opportunity to move. But things got so out of whack that this became the norm in the industry, and we had to change that. Now, animals are safer when it comes to viral threats when they're spread out more. What's the most dangerous circumstance for human beings? Get fall in an elevator and have somebody sneezing and coughing and spreading the virus. We've done it in a second. The same thing in a crowded restaurant or a bar. You extend, the distance between us. That was the whole purpose of our social distancing strategy. Here's the exact opposite circumstance on a factory farm. That's what makes them uniquely vulnerable. I will say, George, this avian influenza situation is a disaster for animals. It's a terrible threat. It's a threat on factory farms. The cock-fighting birds are also a threat because they're moved in global commerce. We've got a real problem that is already occurring, but it's brewing to be an even more significant problem. Because if this avian influenza jumps the species barrier, becomes more transmissible to human beings, we've got something that's going to make SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, look like tiddlywinks. The human, mortality rate for SARS-CoV-2 is 0.5% to a high of 2%. In Asia, this avian influenza has jumped the species barrier in limited cases. The case rate, there are 850 people died. The mortality rate for the cases detected is 53% compared to 0.5% for SARS-CoV-2. This will end civilization as we know it. It becomes more transmissible. It's 1 out of every 2 people become afflicted with
Give chicken its own barn. It's a little bit better, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what we have is just those mindfully trading and that data. And when we did Top 2 in California, we had a 67 square feet of space. Think of an 8.5 by 11 feet of paper. This is your normal standard, piece of paper that goes into a printer or a copy machine. That's 93 square feet, 8.5 by 11. The space that the hen has is two-thirds the size of a page that you put in your printer. For the 12 to 18 months that they're alive, and the compound effect is you've got 600 to 700 chickens inside this cage that's the size of a microwave or a bread box. That is an insane animal housing and husbandry standard. How did things get so bad? How did we get so miserly? How did we get so non-creative that that's the best we could do for production? These are animals. They're alive. They have legs and wings to move. They have physical and physiological needs. How can those be met when they're immobilized as a basic husbandry strategy? Of course, this case is out before the United States Supreme Court. The pork producers, the National Pork Producers Council, sued the state of California over the state standard because the terrible system for sows in the pig industry is that they're jammed alone in a 2 foot by 7 foot cage. Now these are 350, even 450 pound animals, and they are in a cage that allows them to take one small step forward, one small step back. They can't even turn around. And the pork producers say, well, if we have this standard, if California is now requiring that the pork that is sold in the state, whether the pork production occurs in California or Iowa or North Carolina, which is a big producer state, it's going to destroy the industry. It gives the animals a little opportunity to move. No, this is a fairly modern circumstance. We didn't do this to animals before 1960. Animals were outside. They were in pastures. They were in settings where they could, move around. They could feel some sunlight on the back and soil beneath their feet. This is a 60-year failed experiment of factory farming that has been devastating from an animal welfare perspective, from a disease transmission perspective, and consequently an overuse of antibiotics perspective, where we're now generating antibiotic resistant bacteria because we're overusing antibiotics on the factory farms. The massive waste flows that come from these factory farms with pigs by the thousands or chickens by the thousands aggregated in a single place. We have 339 people in our United States, as I mentioned a couple of times, being all of them treated. There's 10 billion animals and untreated waste from all of those animals. So this is a much larger problem, and George, it's something that you and I have talked about before. Not just about animal welfare. It's about the health of our water, the cleanliness of our air. It's being protected from antibiotic-resistant bacteria and viruses that can mix on factory farms. These are big problems for our society, and to give the animals a little bit of space and for the industry to say, oh, that's too much, this shows how warped some of the thinking is.
Occasionally I'll see they're on the freeway stuck in the traffic jam, and there's a truck next to you that's packed with pigs, and they're looking at you through their eyes. They're the same kind of look they have when you're deciding for those horses on their way to slaughter. They know something's up. And like to think that 100 years from now we'll look back on this as an absolutely barbaric time when we've got bacon mania, extra bacon on this and extra bacon on that, as if it all comes from bacon trees. And kids are like dogs. They're smart, they're funny, they have sense of humor, they're social. They wallow around in mud, sure, but they're really amazing and smart animals. How what we just pigs through is absolutely unbelievable.
We're so disconnected from the shores. You get that glimpse when you're on the highway with those pigs going to Florida. That'll be the last time you or anybody else sees those pigs step on a plate. And we're removed from the factory farms. We don't go into them. We don't see them. We from the remains of abuse. We don't see the puppy mills and how those dogs get into pet stores or they're sold on the internet. We don't see the pig factory farms and what happens to those animals. We don't see the horse slaughter fires, and we don't see what they do at auctions. We don't see what happens at the pasture outside of the horse slaughter plant in Alberta where it's minus 30 degrees. What do we have from this? And this is really the goal of animal wellness action and the therapy and economy and other animal welfare groups is to try to present a rational case for a better way of handling animals in our society. You know, most people protect a love for animals. Most people do possess that love for animals. I wrote a book called The Bond that talks about the age-old connection between humans and animals. So we do love animals. We have anti-cruelty standards and statutes in this country. The problem is most people are not aware of these problems and we're not logically applying anti-cruelty principles in settings like factory farms and animal testing labs and horse farm pastures. That's what we need to correct. That's the business and the work that we are in every day trying to correct these problems.
I want to get one more topic in before we go to a break in about 3.5 minutes or so, and that's wolves. Um, wolves were reintroduced in a couple places, Yellowstone, and supposedly rejected from the ranchers, of course, and ranchers and others who were hateful. Well, we've all sent trips to lure them out of Yellowstone and just shoot them down. And there's these state-approved hunts that happen in a couple of states, and the level of vitriol about wolves is astonishing when you consider the results. The reintroduction of wolves in Yellowstone is dramatic, widespread effects that it had on the environment, on other species. It was like a miracle. Am I correct?
Well, it was. I mean, wolves were removed through a plan executed by, trophy hunters and ranchers and our United States government. Our Wildlife Services, which is a euphemistic sounding name of an agency that really is built around killing of our wildlife in the West to make things ostensibly better for ranchers and timberers and others. And they were moved from the core habitats, even the protected areas like Yellowstone, that Burn National Park in the United States. They were moved. So we tried to restore wolves and to make amends for what we did by extricating them from that environment. And wolves, had this remarkable success in terms of reproduction and formation of past. And there are documentaries and so much science about how their predation on elk and deer and bison has improved the health of ecosystems, also their predation on beavers has improved the streams and so many aspects of the ecosystem. And as you said, George, they logically go outside of the park because you have national forests that abut Yellowstone, so it doesn't look any different for the wolves. They go out and there's trophy hunters and trappers killed them, including the governor of Montana, who trapped a wolf on a private ranch right outside of Yellowstone with a rifle trap. What are you doing, governor? Why would someone kill the wolf? You don't need the wolf. These are animals that have this beneficial impact. They're the forebears of the domesticated dogs in our homes and in our lives that we love and cherish and would defend if someone were assaulting them. And I am just mystified by the vitriol and hatred that a small number of people have for wolves. But you can bet that we're feeding that vitriol with our own vigorous defense of wolves wherever we can.
The Douglas Lane facility of animal wellness action and the Center for Humane Economy is so much ground I still want to cover, but we're going to open up the phone lines and know some of you are going to want to chime in on this. And when we come back, I'd like to get a sense of whether free range chicken, eggs, whatever that means anything. I know it's got to be at least a little bit better, but when you pay for a dozen eggs, which is twice as much as a normal dozen, whether that when they say free range, whether that really means anything, because I know people can make a difference in what they buy and how they spend their money. And we're going to get into that and then open up the phones in our final segment with my guest Wayne Patelli here on Coast to Coast. We go into the break with Buzz Still Demand. But as I go, yesterday is gone, and so become yourself, because it's just a good time. We feel very well. If I understand, it slowly go by. And see, am I yours? The one that fits, the one you know that. And when it breaks, the Mark Warner and the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The major winter storm that's moved through Southern California has dumped a staggering 81 inches of snow at the Mountain High Resort in the San Gabriel Mountains, and up to 64 inches of snow at Snow Valley in the San Bernardino Mountains. Yosemite National Park closed until Wednesday because of severe winter conditions. National Weather Service officials say winter storms expected to hit the region with heavy snow in the next several days. Only staff members are allowed to enter the park through El Portal Road. A car has slammed into a Girl Scout cookie stand in Northern California, hurting 2 Girl Scouts. The CHP says it happened yesterday in the city of Granite Bay. A woman was also hurt in the crash. The driver of the car was allegedly drunk and arrested. Southline weather from KFI. The rain returns tonight and stays with us until Wednesday night. There'll be lows in the mid-40s overnight at 30 in Inland Empire, 30s in the chance of snow in the Antelope Valley. Tomorrow, highs in the mid-50s along with the rain, and 40s with a bit of snow in the 80s. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. In Korea, this is on the 91 westbound at the 605. We have a crash involving an overturned car. It's out of lanes along the right shoulder, but watch for some looky-loo delays as you approach. Can't stay it. This is on the 5 northbound right before Templin Highway. Strong down car taking up the white lane there. Your drive is bunching up as you approach Hollywood. We have good news. Earlier crash on the 101 southbound at Highland Avenue has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering. KFI and Sky Hope gives you that back to our Brian Band. At ML Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startlfitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it'll be the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. And it's the way you can get all the no matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did see was that this helped from a professional counselor. For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLE or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. This past 3 months and over the USPS uplifted history and culture of the African American community and to the past, present, and future of excellence in higher teaching of historical black colleges and universities. Over the years, HBCUs have consistently graduated outstanding universities of all backgrounds who have made great contributions to the prosperity and stability of our nation. This month, let me just to support the new generation of black activists, leaders, artists, business owners, and engineers. Go to UNCF.org/donate today because the money is a terrible thing to waste. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. We once got paid in Thunder Team. It's a little funny talk thing that it was sort of like a little. If you were saying, oh, man, we don't make any money, we don't get a raise, so you gave us this. So I tried to get sometimes they wouldn't give you a food bucket. That's my truck to get a kid still. John and Ken, here you go. Happy to go. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. At coasttocoastam.com. our young country born, brother and sister, all day long, and singing songs for everyone. To talk to Jordan now, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. For west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Noted vegetarian Paul McCartney wrote that song, and his bandmate the Beatles recorded it, Mother Nature's Son. We're talking with Lisa Shelley of Animal Wellness Action about a range of animal welfare issues. We'll go to the phones in just a moment here and cover as much ground as we still can. We could go on for a long time. There are a lot of issues out there. The bottom line, though, is that what you eat, what you buy, what you spend your money on is the way to make a difference. It makes all the difference in the world, is making informed decisions about what you're willing to tolerate or what you're willing to support. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast AM. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month for lunch. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular helps you swap same coverage with the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slow enough spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coast. Before we go to the phone plane, when I see these eggs, free-range eggs, free-range chickens, it's labeled that way. Does it really mean anything? Am I people who buy those things thinking they're helping chickens? Are they?
I think so. So, George, free range means that the animals are not in a cage. These are legal definitions. Fairness in advertising rules. Now, some of this, verbiage like natural doesn't mean anything. And,
dairy products?
Well, it's another great question, George. We have re-engineered the cows to suit our design, and there used to be the cows decades ago were producing 5,000 to 6,000 to 7,000 pounds of milk a year. Now the cows are producing as much as 27,000 pounds of milk, one cow per year. Now, again, lactation is something that comes, post-pregnancy for the mother to provide rich fluid for the calf. To produce 27,000 pounds, I mean, these cows have leg problems, they have foot problems, joint problems because they're so enormous. They also, half of them have mastitis, which is an inflammation of the udders. And they are taxed so much physiologically that many of them are slaughtered at 3, 4, 5, and 6 years of age, which is not that much longer a lifespan than these cattle have. So I think there are real issues that we need to think about with dairy. One of the things that we're really concerned about is our government. Our government mandates that every kid who's part of the National School Lunch Program gets a carton of cow's milk on his or her tray for lunch and for breakfast. 30 million kids participate in the lunch program. One problem, which is independent of the animal welfare concerns, is that more than half of those kids are probably lactose intolerant. The rates of lactose intolerance for African Americans is 75%. It's upwards of 85-90% for Asian Americans. And other non-European groups also have startlingly high rates of lactose intolerance. This is an example of the government putting its thumb, on the scale to tip things in favor of one industry when you've got other options out there like soy milk and lots of other plant-based milks that don't bring that set of problems. Why should we be favoring this one commodity over others? So this is an issue of, again, the government, playing a really adverse role in tipping the scale in favor of an industry. It's crony capitalism at work.
You'd like to root for family farmers, dairy farmers, small farm operations, but wow, the stories we hear about the government being under the thumb of these giant aggregators just being squeezed to death. It's a wonder that they even stay in business. Right? Most of them absolutely don't.
Well, the number of family farms is very declining. We used to have 700,000 pig farmers in the mid-70s. Now we have about 60,000. 95% of the egg producers are gone. More than 90% of the dairy producers are gone. And, the consolidation around these industrial style facilities is made it tougher for these farmers. But those are the folks that are actually tending to animals to a degree. And the term animal husbandry is kind of a notion of caring for the animal. It's husbandry. That is something that you want. You want to have a farmer actually farming. You don't just want a production facility where you've got 250,000 hens and you've got nobody in the place. My friend Matthew Stone wrote a book called Dominion. He was a writer for George. He was a senior speaker for George W. Bush when he was president. And he said he worked for a hog factory in North Carolina. And it was like, there were hogs, but there were no people. It was like there was an evacuation order that a hurricane was coming and no one was there. Very few people are tending to these animals. It's just production. And one of the terrible things is we genetically manipulated these animals for hyperproduction. The size, the fast growth, it stems, it produces all sorts of problems. Just like for many of the dog breeds, when we inbreed them, they have genetic and hereditary proclivities for certain problems. Labrador retrievers, I love them. I had a laugh growing up. They have tendencies to get 50 different diseases because of the genetic issue. So when we think about animal welfare, it's conditioning, it's housing, it's transport, and it's slaughter. But it's also the genetic health of these animals, and we need to do better in this regard also.
Okay, call first-time caller Brad in Indiana. Hi, Brad. You're on with Wayne Caselli. Welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hi, George. Thank you. Always enjoy your show. We don't really show you curveballs or anything like that, but I think it's always a good idea to have an honest discourse in regards to abuse towards animals so that they can directly inform how we treat each other as human beings. But across as rather hypocritical that he's talking about stopping abuse for animals when he has been accused of abusing several women that worked with him. I'd love to find out this.
Okay, we've talked about it before in the program, but go ahead.
Sure. Well, again, no abuse was alleged. There were, when I was at the Humane Society, I had a complaint of hugging a woman or kissing her cheek in 2005, 13 years before I left, and assaulting that thing with someone. I don't think that's abuse. I never accept the idea of harassment. The organizations that I work with today, we have anti-harassment policies. I help put those policies in place when I was at the Humane Society. I think that harassment is terrible. It's unacceptable. I can certainly deny the charges that I indicate that. The point is, I don't accept that on a go-forward basis. And what we're talking about with animal abuse is people who are accepting abuse on a go-forward basis. People who are pop-fighting, people who are using their safety space, people who are slaughtering horses. I'm not perfect. None of us is perfect. We're all sinners when it comes to animals. I think all of us can do better. If I can do better, you can do better. I'm calling it, and I'm asking for everyone to do better. And when it comes to the treatment of any living being, we all can do better.
Well, I'll bet you get to that by this industry that when you call them on the carpet, when you point out what they're doing, that's when they'll drag that up again.
Oh yeah, of course. And like I said, I'm not perfect. I've certainly I could have done a lot of things that were less than completely thoughtful in my life. I've always been under scrutiny as a leader in animal welfare. The industry groups have always attacked me. They attack me for this or that, whatever it might be. And, that just comes with the territory. I really try to make a rational argument that human beings are smart, we're creative, we're innovative. We can figure out ways to live our lives and not victimize animals. And in terms of, workplace issues, I'm all for the best workplace treatment of everybody. I always have been. If I've fallen short here or there, I regret it. And I have always committed to doing better in the future.
Wild card on and those who watch this iPod, with Rachel Kelly.
Thank you, George and Wayne. I'd like to thank Mr. Larry Hama for creating the Wolf Timber for G.I. Joe's Snake Eyes character. I think he is one of the greatest wolves in literature, and I'd like to see more G.I. Joe animals.
You have a question for Wayne to tell me about animal welfare issues? I'll tell you what, John, we're going to move on. Thanks for the call. Bye. We're going to Walt in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hi, Walt.
I Mr. Matt. I feel like I'm an old friend of Mr. Purcell, who used to visit Pennsylvania to protest the live baking system. I wrote a quasi-newspaper column years ago, and I sort of got into it. I don't know whether he'd call my name. My name is Walt Wordshed. And I don't know if you remember the old days back in the 90s. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I just like to say that, in this country we have a cultural aversion to eating, we have Mr. Ed on TV and Jordan and Will Rogers Trigger and My Fred Fortune. And so I think we have a natural aversion to eating horse meat. But I was told down that the greatest demand for horse meat is Japan. And I would like to ask Wayne whether he would rather the Japanese eat horse meat than whale meat. Because they have been just recently, the last few years, from what I understand, they quit whaling. They were doing it under the guise of research, which was a total farcical on their
Walt. So, I don't think they quit whaling, but Wayne, you want to dive into that question?
Well, let me thank Walt for his work against the live pigeon shoot. That was a disgraceful activity to collect these pigeons often from, parts outside of Pennsylvania and bring them just for target shooting. And, we have inanimate objects we don't need to shoot live pigeons. And, George, I remember being out there protesting in Pennsylvania, and, the birds would be flopping, and mass that have ever lived on the planet. Many of them are endangered, and they're all remarkable. There's just no reason for it. The industrialization of the world has stopped. It's just three countries that continue to do that, and they shouldn't. Most young people in Japan have no interest in eating whales. Most people in Japan don't have an interest in eating horses either. And, we shouldn't have a circumstance where the appetite of a small set of people in one or two countries drive exploitation all over the world. That's exactly what's happening with whales and horses.
Yeah, I guess the answer would be you don't want to import meat or whales in Japan or anywhere else. Going to Brendan in Austin, Texas on the long hard line. Hey, Brendan.
Thank you so much, George and Wayne. Great show. I'll try to be fast here. I know we're waiting on time here. So I tried to slide into the producers, see them sometime, and send them some guest ideas. And Neil Impine from A Conscious Planet, really good guy to have on. And last February 15th, Dr. DeVoe had the Food Conference show. They talked about the FDA, coal mining, and big pharma all colluding together. So I think this might be a little bit more organized. When this is why DC doesn't contact us. This is the reason. But our system is a system of exploitation, and capitalism has always been an exchange of oppression for money. And you mentioned in 1916 we started using animals. That's because we transitioned from immigrants and slave exploitation. And you're urging people to call the FDA just to ask permission to do the right thing. But we don't have economic incentives to make them think they're honest. And this is kind of a calling the FDA, not that people shouldn't do that. I encourage everybody to do that. But it's kind of a band-aid, because it doesn't address how we got to this point. The economic system that led to the animals and people being exploited, and that will just continue on to the planet.
I think you make a good point, Brendan. Yeah, and you make a good point. When I've had Ray on the show before, the last time, in fact, we talked about some of the successes and how he has changed his organization and helped change the economic incentives that there is profit to be made in being kind to animals. Wayne, you want to pick up on that and address what Brendan was asking about?
Yeah, I think it's clear that, in capitalism, you can get abuse. There has to be some restraint. But I argue in the economy is the post-capitalist book that really the key is an informed consumer base. That if we're conscious consumers, we can change the behavior of these companies. The companies don't want to get out of alignment with their customers. It's only they get out of alignment when consumers aren't paying attention. And if we're demanding that animals be treated humanely in the food system and in the pharmaceutical and drug development sector, in the vaccine sector, and in other domains, then we can exert that kind of influence. I don't think that we're doomed as a nation because we have capitalism when it comes to animals. We can figure out a better way.
I think some of the victories have been negotiating with these gigantic food companies. McDonald's and fast food companies were to negotiate with them, and they would pledge to buy humane, buy products that include vegetarian options in their menu. Those are big victories.
The big victory is not enough, but it's a start, George, and I think for any of us involved in trying to make the world better for animals and better in general, you've got to celebrate change and progress, and it shows the way. I mean, society looks very different now than it used to look. We have made progress in our society. We have more literacy. We have fewer hungry people. We have, women having the right to vote. We've got a lot of things that have happened in our society that have made the world better that all of us, whether we're Democrats, Independents, or Republicans, can agree upon. And kind treatment of animals who are sentient, who have rights, who have a sense of past and future, who want to live their lives as much as we want to live our lives, is a social good. And I just believe that we humans can figure it out. We don't need for a post. We've got plenty of options. We can eat more plant-based foods that'll be better for us and better for animals and better for the planet. We can do testing that relies on the most extraordinary insights of safety testing and don't need to use primates and beagles any longer. So I really have an optimistic view of our human capacity for change.
Well, I
I hope you're right. I know these are emotional issues. People get fired up. There's a lot of pushback when you're asking people to change. There's always pushback every time they've had to hear comes with the territory. Wayne Caselli, Animal Wellness Action, thanks for being here. I hope to stay in touch.
George, thanks for everything. Appreciate you.
We'll talk to you again. We'll go into the break with Super Tramps, and when we come back, Nick Redfern will join us. Give a little bit of your love. I'll give a little bit of you. I'll give a little bit of my love. There's so much to believe in. Don't take my I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my life for you. I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of your life. The time is a long life. Oh, if you've been into that, you call I answer the word today. One ring could be good thing. 800-920-0810. Black businesses are thriving. So are our schools, our votes, and our representation in city halls and state houses across the country. We are black and thriving. Find an NAACP in your community and support the work that keeps our entrepreneurs, our students, and our culture moving forward. This Black History Month, thrive with us by donating to the NAACP. Text donate to 20707 to honor Black history and support Black future. Portions of the following program will be recorded. This survey came up with the 100 worst airports on the planet, and we're at number 2 as one of the worst. It's just insane. I mean, if you look at airports all over the world, they're all better than LAX, which is a disaster. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of it. How about what's the matter? What, the couple next door to you is gay? Well, that's horrible. They're great wrestlers. Still handle. No, I was intimidated because they would always look better than you. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Where you go to get Pedialyte, you can't buy Tito's vodka, a 12-pack of beer, and Pedialyte. Right? Because the guy knows that you're just outrageous and you're out of control. So you gotta buy BPs and diapers for Tim Connolly to yourself. And then you gotta slide in the Pedialyte. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. So you think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Steve. No, seriously, we've got news right now. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Drenched and powerless, I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People have been without power thanks to the massive winter storm that rolled through Southern California. ABC's Doreen shocked as the storm dumped more than 10 inches of rain on Woodland Hill, with 5 or more inches of rain falling in several areas. At higher elevations, California is seeing heavy snow, forcing roads across the state to close. But down below, these intense downpours causing flash flooding. In Valencia, several motorhomes and trees falling into the Santa Clara River after an embankment in a local RV park began crumbling and collapsing. The storm moved out today, but we have more rain tonight through Wednesday. Almost 4 feet of snow has fallen in Big Bear, which has stranded some people visiting the mountain town. But that's not a problem for some at Big Bear Mountain Resort. Well, people want to know these days, like, hey, you know what? If we stay here another week, we'll just stick with that Airbnb or vacation on the weekend, go to the jacuzzi, enjoy the snow, call it a vacation. Several roads in the mountains remain closed as crews work to clear all that snow. A judge in LA has sentenced
demands of gunned down rapper Nipsey Hussle.
The Superior Court judge handed down a 16-year sentence for the man convicted of shooting and killing Hussle. The judge said he took into account the killer's mental health struggles, along with the devastation he caused Hussle's family. He says the sentencing is a balance of the two. The hip-hop star shot in 2019 outside of his clothing store in L.A., where the two men grew up together. In downtown L.A., Chris Adler, KFI News.
And Gilbert has finally gotten his name split from some big offices around the country. The Washington Post, the USA Today network that includes more than 200 newspapers, and others including the LA Times have all dropped Gilbert. The creator Scott Adams made a series of racist comments on his YouTube channel on Wednesday. He said that because the slim majority of Black Americans agreed in a poll that it's okay to be white, Black people should be designated a hate group, and white people should get the hell away from Black global history. Later, his comments were taken out of context. I could get a following the world yesterday, Scott acknowledged most of his income would be gone by next week, and reputation will probably be destroyed. I will make you a trillionaire. Someone living in KFI, rain is back tonight with lows in the mid-40s down to mid-30s in the Inland Empire, 30s with a chance of snow in the Antelope Valley. More rain tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s, 40s with a bit of snow in the 80s, and it's going to stay like that until Wednesday night. Right now it's 47 in Irvine, 46 in Brea, 45 in Burbank, 37 in Palmdale. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? So think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepest. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe even inheriting a home, and now what do you do with it? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of smuts out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance if foreclosed. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. Marianne Senior has to present Medicare scan. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They might get your number and put in a false claim. Don't say that. How do you consent for Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you check your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. For me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed that have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instance, an accident, a natural disaster, or the essential acts of others that threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. KMI, AM 640. KMI, live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KMI, AM 640.
Premium Prime, Premium 640, more stimulating talk. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Premium Prime, Premium 640. Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Navis. Now, here's George. Judith Street, we got another thing coming, bring us into the second half of tonight's program. Thanks to our other guest, Wayne Batelli. We move on now. Are you one of the millions of people who checked out that ChatGPT app where you just talk to an AI entity and intelligence support, ask questions, try to dump the computer brain and see if they have a sense of humor with some thick, twisted question you might come up with? You know, the potential uses for AI are tremendous. The future of the robotic industry is also bright and limitless. We already have examples of intelligent machines in our homes and offices and cars, but where might it all lead? There are risks, of course, maybe existential risks to consider. Nick Redburn has written a new book that considers all of them and then some. It's called Runaway Science: True Stories of Raging Robots and High-Tech Horrors. Great stuff. We're going to jump right into it right after this. So stay in. You can be checking on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S. state restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories. I had eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine to treat it. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. I took chemotherapy for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took an extra and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
Like that, said, you don't want to just go ahead and remove the eye. Now it's a carnivore and advertising. So I said, you know what? I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved 6 eyes.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit ViralRabbi.com.
Welcome back. Nick Redfern is a British ufologist and cryptozoologist, author of many books about UFOs, cryptozoology, the paranormal, conspiracy theories, and technology as well. His latest book is called Runaway Science, True Stories of Raging Robots and High-Tech Horrors, and it's terrific. Nick, welcome back to the program.
Hey, George. How's it going?
Good. It's going really pretty well. So what did you set out to do here? I'm wondering when you started working on this, because all of a sudden the world seems to be online talking to an AI of some sort or another.
So, well, one of the reasons is because, there's a book on Roswell or Area 51. It's just one single package, if you like. But I was thinking something about robots, particularly in the world now, it's really sort of, what they're taking over, shall we say, but they're relying more and more on sort of robotic technology. And the more and more I look into it, the more and more we were becoming reliant. And so I thought to sort of go to my TV and to see what the place might be, the world might be like, shall we say, 10 years from now, 20 years now, 30 years now. And I think the reason, or one of the reasons, why there's been a great interest, amount of interest in the robotics, and her name is Sophia. Or rather, she's not really human. But Sophia is probably one of the most sophisticated robots that are around right now. I won't say alive because she's not technically alive, but she looks like it. And she's the world's most famous robot. She looks just like us, and she's a little bit creepy as well. I have to say, and some might say, she's very creepy. In fact, many people have said exactly that. It could be just an expensive unit or possibly a precursor to what our future might look like. That's to say, world dominated by sophisticated bullying robots who view us as their underlings. Could such a thing happen? Possibly. I mean, the road to a real life iRobot may not be too far away. So the thing created excuse me, the Hong Kong company, Hanson Robotics, they have ensured that Sophia can imitate more than 60 human expressions. And I don't think I use 60 impressions and expressions. But it's fascinating because if you look at Sophia, it does look human, but there is also that sort of strange aspect. And although we're not in the world of alien intelligence or artificial intelligence yet, but when it comes to robotics, the really is the big, sort of the top of the table, so to speak. And as I said, I think what's really happened is that we've got these robots that look like us and we can relate to some degree. And that now is, as I said, starting to have a world where robots are going to be a part of the planet in years. We're not talking about sort of decades. We're talking probably 5 will be highly developed.
Well, I think the timing of the book is perfect. We're on the cusp of some major change, and the pace of technological change is overwhelming sometimes, especially for someone like
like me, who's a bit of a technophobe or a techno-nitwit, movie more accurately. The most shocking thing that I read in this book, I forget where it is in the text, but it was that you are not a fan of sci-fi movies. You don't consume all that much.
Well, no, I mean, I'm pretty good at asking myself and things I like and what I don't like. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm someone who, if I see an interesting story and I want to turn it into a book, I'll do that. But, I mean, I'll look at it, but, if I look into it and it's something I've not done before, story, yeah, I'll go for it.
I thought I really was fascinated with the history of robotics and robotic devices and how far back it goes. This is not a 20th century thing. This goes way, way back. I think the first one you mentioned was the 3000 BCE, the Egyptian water clock.
Well, again, this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book, because it shouldn't just focus on the 21st century or the 20th or the 19th. We actually go back a long, long time ago. Now, we're talking about sort of like millennia ago. Now, one of the most fascinating, shall we say, robotic device really does go back, way back. Before Jesus, I'm not exaggerating. Now, this is known as the Iron Hand or the Claw of Archimedes. And basically, Archimedes was brilliant. It's sort of like an amazing mind. And he created this device, the Iron Hand. And essentially, it was like a huge, gigantic metal arm and hand. And it can sort of be taken on other ships. It would attack other ships. And it would have this gigantic fist and arm on the ship. And then it would slam down on the other ship. Can you imagine that sort of, you're on one ship and somebody else is on the other one. And if you're on the wrong one, this gigantic metal robotic arm comes down on you, to take you to the bottom of the sea. It's too bad, But, the downside aside of it, Archimedes really was someone who knew what he was doing. And
Oh my God, yeah. You have examples of him. He's like a one-man army protecting, I guess, Syracuse, right?
oh yeah. I mean, as I said, it's more than 1,000 years ago. We're talking about, this technology. I mean, who would think about that? This gigantic, sort of like a 20-foot high metal arm and fist and slamming it down. And it's almost sort of, impossible to understand, but you read the story and all the data on it. I feel it kind of makes me think of, it's sort of like the final stages of the original Planet of the Apes story, with you've got, with Charlton Heston, oh my goodness, I'm back. It's almost like that.
You have, in the first century, the Petronius Arbiter made a doll that could move like a human being. You got Giovanni Floriani created a wooden robot that would set the emperor's daily bread in 1557. I mean, there's a lot of really genius people who created stuff that at least is to be considered a precursor to modern robots.
Yeah, I mean, I actually talk about that in the book, where a robot doesn't necessarily doesn't have to be made out of metal. I talk about the wooden robots, if you like, and also, today, or creating doppelgangers, that kind of thing. If you're able to do that, um, you know,
in one sense, we could create robots, if you like, but flesh and blood robots. Let's say we're sort of like biological robots, if you like. And again, we have to be really careful. I mean, yes, technology, we need to take it forward. But when you start talking about changing people and, altering DNA and cloning, um, those kind of robots, um, they may not be our friends. They possibly could develop something similar, but who's to say that we're going to be on one side? There's a lot of questions like that to be asked.
Oh, we're definitely going to cover that. Before we leave underneath, I'm astonished that as you noted in your book, some modern guys for a TV show recreated this hand device that can take down a Roman ship. So it is possible. And then there's a section where you write that he basically just developed his own version of a laser. And they concentrated sunlight used as a defensive weapon. Is that true? You think that's true?
Well, I mean, when we talk about a laser, if you're talking about highly sophisticated lasers like today, that are used in warfare or can be, I don't think we're quite talking about that. No. But, it's like getting, like a piece of glass and put a piece of grass underneath it, you could set the grass on fire. And I think it was probably something like that, it's something along those lines, I think.
There's a name you mentioned early in the book that was not familiar to me, and supposedly he was a Hungarian scientist who ended up working with uh, the guys at Caltech, and he believes that his ancestors, this is Theodore von Karman, Hungarian and American physicist, he believes his ancestor, a Jewish scientist, created a golem.
Yeah, that was all about the legend of the golem, this sort of sophisticated, creative humanoid. And it's a fascinating story. And arguably, you could say, that the golem really was, in one sense, a robot. And that's why, I was sort of pleased to be able to put these kind of stories in the book, because everybody thinks of robots like, Robbie the Robot from Business Planet or something like, or the robots from iRobot. But when you talk about the golem, that really is sort of like a created robot. Uh, and in that sense, it's a fascinating story.
And Frankenstein, I guess, he's sort of in that same vein.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's sort of a futuristic robot. And I think that some people like that, yes, could fall in the category of robot.
This guy we're talking about, the scientist, ended up working with Jack Parsons, who was into some pretty weird stuff himself.
Oh, yeah, well, Jack Parsons is a fascinating guy. He had a top secret, um, well, he's in the military, I should say. He had a top secret act, if you like, in the military, and he was able to work within the military for a long time. And as I said, top secret. Um, and the reason why he had a top secret plan, if you like, was because the military brought him in, and they wanted um, they wanted him to help the U.S. military to see how the U.S. Military's rockets could be advanced or further advanced. And and the story itself is a fascinating one, because you've got the military sort of very state-like, and you've got people like Parsons, who was a guy guy who was running around after women and working with Alistair Crowley, and in some respects the military sort of looked away, but they knew that, you know, he was a brilliant rocket pioneer, and he was tied up with the Golem story as well, using sort of humanoids and to create them as well. So, you know, it's a fascinating story when you've got the US military, you've got Parsons, you've got people with top secret programs, and it's all running around these sort of soulless type of creatures, if you like, created in a robotic style.
One of the quotes from your book that I marked, that robots have already taken over the manufacturing industry and are on their way to doing the same with long-distance hauling, taxi driving, combat roles in the military, pizza delivery, surgery, and even sex work. I mean, as you document, each of those things has its own chapter in the book, and as you document, there are a lot more of them in action already than we might realize.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at things now, you know, with the military and, you know, those kind of situations, you know, we had to be like with Parsons, you know, he was doing the work pretty much himself. Now, you know, a lot of it is done directly by, you know, people who have the ability to create these robots, if you like, which aren't quite robots, shall we say. They're somewhere in the middle.
Well, there are a lot of issues raised by having them in our homes, in our cars, in our workplaces. Robots combined with, artificial intelligence.
So, go on.
Robots combined with artificial intelligence. I mean, it presents some daunting possibilities. We're going to explore all of them, including one of your earliest chapters, and it's a great place to start, is sex with robots. And we're going to take a break here now, but when we come back, and I think it's a good place to start because of how much drives technology. You look at the television industry, the VCR and things like that were driven in a large degree by porn, by an interest in porn. And I think sex with robots actually could be a major factor in furthering the robotic industry and how it spreads. So we're talking with Nick Redfern about runaway science. We'll be right back.
I'm Bree Pettis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The grapevine is open for now. PhD says hazardous conditions could return and then it will shut down once again. The National Weather Service says another inch of rain is coming today for the coast and valley. Up to 2 inches of rain for the mountain and foothills. 18 inches of snow above 3,000 feet. 3 homes in Rocky Water Flint Ridge have been hit with a mud flow. The hillside behind the home struggled and slid into the home. LA County Fire Department says the slide is about 40 feet wide. At least one home has been completely evacuated. The U.S. Energy Department says COVID may have originated from a Chinese lab leak. That's according to multiple reports. Government agencies are still divided about this information. They say a definitive answer has not been found. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain continuing today, highs in the 40s to 50s. Right now it's 48 in Anaheim, 47 for Garden Grove, Monterey Park reports 48, and it's 41 degrees in Highland. We read local from the KFI by 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Cheddar.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. We have a crash and emergency crews blocking that off-ramp. You drive is busting up into approach this area. Cerritos, this is on the 91 westbound at Bloomfield. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash, picking up the brake lane there. Your drive is busting up into approach. Hollywood, we have 15. Earlier crash on the 101 southbound at Highland Avenue has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. KFI has a skyhook getting there faster.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, last back from space, sent his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. That's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krishna. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's one of the world's only spaceships. The pride and joy of the USS Mars.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. There, simple things care that make caregivers can reach out to and cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. The Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. I think it's okay to feel stressed, anxious, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Access Child Hope free and secure mental health resources. Call 800-317-4673 or live chat at childhope.org.
David Harlan thinks the 2024 election should be America's last. That's the startling conclusion in his new best-selling book. Yeah, his new bestseller is called Final Battle of David Harlan. He reveals that after he stands is led by far less Democrats, big media, and a new woke generation looking to forever change U.S. culture, within our schools, our churches, within our military. Harlan explains how attacks on our electoral college, Supreme Court, the integrity of the electoral system, and other customs undermines the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Harlan sees Americans speaking in different and antagonistic political languages, with the two parties both polarized, and he thinks the American way of life itself is at risk. Harlan sees the players working behind the scenes to undermine our enduring institutions. Find Final Battle in book stores and check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX, that's 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go online to finalbattle611.com. Finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. At coasttocoastam.com.
talking about in that song is the music industry, but I figured the vibe sort of fits what we're discussing with my guest, Dick Redstone, author of Runaway Science, is a book that considers the possibilities of what happens to advances in robotics and artificial intelligence. What happens down the road? I mean, is it paranoia or is it prudent to consider the possibilities and plan for different kinds of contingencies? Are there ways that we could put controls on artificial intelligence so that it does not become self-aware, so that it does not turn on us and morph into something like Skynet? We're going to get into that and also into the subject of sex with robots right after this on Coast to Coast.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about flat calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Even the millions of others who have pledged. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code Radio25.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366 for a free consultation. For 16 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Battling for years and years, stopping the endless cycle of minimum payments could take decades. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366. Nick Redfern, I think you read that you started thinking about the possibilities of sex with robots, not for you, but as a topic for the book, as in part in response to the movie Blade Runner, where you have the character Chris, who is a sex worker, a pleasure worker for a humanoid sort of android kind of a creature. I guess you could call her a robot. You make a chapter about that and the possibilities where it can be sex with robots. It's going to happen, right? Oh yeah, I mean it has gone ahead, in the past. But today it's far more sophisticated. But for me, I like to be dumped in, not copper or aluminum or something like that. But jokes aside, I think we will see a development. And a far more sophisticated doll, if you like, or robot, whatever you want to call them. And one of the people who was really fascinated by this was the late Max Goldman, who wrote a really good book on Mars. And I'll just give you a quote of what he said for the book. I can easily foresee companies selling as many free robots as there are sexual kinks. Robotic lovers, apps complemented by virtual reality, would allow people to live out whatever fantasies they want, surprising realism. Even further ahead, I also think that the sexual revolution will blur the lines sexuality, gay, lesbian, bi, or whatever, may become somewhat outdated. And he also says some sex robots might even be reproductions of celebrities. And I guess that would be pretty, they're not saying just the one, you know.
No, those would be the expensive ones, I guess.
I guess, I know.
I think that he was probably right in writing about this. You know, to think about lonely people, older people, people who don't think of themselves as very attractive or who are alone. This would be an outlet for them, or you know, incels. We read about incels, these young men who are angry at the world, going off on shooting rampages because they can't get girlfriends. Maybe there's a solution as part of that.
Yeah. I guess the only thing that's missing, so to speak, is the fact that, you know, we don't have full artificial intelligence yet. Yes. You know, it's spoken about a lot, but, you know, when we're talking about robots having souls, that kind of thing, you know, um, we're not at that point. You know, there's a lot being said, and over said really, about artificial intelligence. We are going that way, but we haven't really got it. So that is going to be the one big difference when it comes to sex with robots. The robots themselves, during our time frame, are basically still cold-hearted, metallic robots.
Not to be too graphic about it, but I know there are men who rely on blow-up dolls. So I guess they probably wouldn't mind about how intelligent the robot partner was. You know?
Well, I guess whatever gets you,
Yeah.
whatever you like, you know, I guess.
I was thinking about the virtual reality aspect. That is a technology too that can be driven by sexual interest. You know, there's some virtual reality suggestions about how it can be used in sexual context as well.
Oh yeah, I mean that's gonna go run. You know, I mean just sort of living in that kind of world, I can see easily a lot of people would love to do that. You know, almost like sort of like a matrix world. You know, sort of go into this world. I want to be a king. You know, I want to be a soccer player. That kind of thing. I can easily see that expanding to the point where people are happy to live in that world rather than in the real world.
Sure. I mean, I can remember people when the Avatar movie came out, they wanted to live in that planet and never come back.
Yeah.
You write about not only robots becoming sex workers, but also folks, and this also seems like something inevitable that we could send in robots and machines. We already have machines like that. We have drones that are basically autonomous that we send into war zones. It's happening right now in Ukraine, but it becomes an essential part of the war effort on both sides.
Yeah, a lot of this work being done by DARPA. They think there's some really fascinating and highly advanced technology for soldiers on the battlefield, you know, who may have lost like half a limb or an arm, you know, a leg, that kind of thing. You know, there was a time when it was, you know, a terrible situation for people, you know, but now, I mean, looking at things now, you know, when limbs, you know, legs, arms, that kind of thing, even eyeballs, um, you know, we're now looking at a situation now where, to some degree, if you have that sort of situation on the battlefield, and, you know, you've got a lot of casualties, that kind of thing, um, we can see soldiers in the future who have significant parts of their body would be robotic. And to some degree, that's almost like something along the lines of like Robocop, you know, a case of sci-fi turning into sci-fi.
Look, that was $6 million man.
Yeah, exactly. some of that is already happening. There are amazing advances as documented in this book. And for soldiers who've been lost a leg or a limb, an arm, that they're getting replacements that work. But they could also do autonomous robots to defend into combat instead of you, right? Well, that's right. There's a lot of things to think about. When we're talking about going into battle, what's happening. Either our years from now, will our soldiers be 50% robots, 50% human? For the people of that sort of another century to them, it'll be simple. It'll be the normal thing. But for us now, it might be, oh well, there's the document. Police agencies, I've seen it in action. Police agencies already use robots. For example, go into a dangerous situation where there might be a sniper or a bomb. They check out a bomb, an explosive device, send in a robot instead of sending in a human who can get killed. Yeah. Yeah, and for example, like people who lost a hand, shall we say, they've got incredible technology, where you can basically, you focus yourself, and, you've got fingers that can move, and thumbs, and move the wrist, and if you look at it now, and think about things in, say, 50 years from now, for our generation, we really could be looking at things in the future that would make our sort of our mouths drop. And then if we start building autonomous robots who can do police work, who can fight as soldiers, that's when my paranoia sets in. Is that how do you make sure that something that is artificial intelligence that has incredible capacity for violence stays under human control? Because I don't see how you can absolutely build that in and guarantee that it does not become self-aware and then exceed whatever limits we try to put on it. Yeah, that all issue of being self-aware, I have to say that to some degree, or well, to a large degree, it is a case that, we're not running around with robots that cry and have sort of, their feelings and things like that. It could get like that, but, even with like Sophia is not, it's not artificial intelligence. That it's a program, but those types of robots are extremely, put together. So, that's why, like Sophia, can have like 60, facial, height, look, if you like. And it's just to see the angle, if you like, that this is artificial intelligence. But for the most part, we've never had something, where a robot watching TV and it starts to make a funny noise like the equivalent of a cry. That's not happened, What do you make of, so this, I guess, 7 years ago, this guy from Google, this Google programmer, software guy, who said, he claims that in his development of their artificial intelligence, that it is in fact self-aware, that it became self-aware, that he had conversations with it, and when he talked about it, he got fired. What's your take? Yeah. Yeah, there are a number of stories like that where weird things have happened, and people who've got some of these robots, and they come out with just like a weird sentence, just out of nowhere, and so, yeah, I think that we could one day suddenly see the day when, a robot says something, well, I don't like that, I don't like what you're talking about, that kind of thing, that would sort of put and we would have kind of just turned the table, so to speak, and even when we 100% artificial intelligence, the world then really will change, whether it'll be for good, for bad, or somewhere in between. I don't really know, but I think a lot of people would embrace that artificial intelligence. I think a lot of other people would worry about, well, are we going to go to war, with these robots? Are they going to see them looking as them big as, far more in advance of us? And that could happen. So I think when it comes, we've got to be really careful.
Have you been following the chat GPT thing where you tried to access any of that and have a conversation? There have been a number of journalists who've gone ahead and done it. And
I will.
yeah, I haven't done that either. I'm a Luddite practically, but some of the conversations that I've read about where the shocking things that come out of the mouths of this intelligence. I don't know if they're just yanking to the skin to these journalists or the journalists are exaggerating it, but it sure sounds like a couple of these exchanges, the AI claims it wants to be human. It wants to be alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as I said, there's a lot of weird stuff like that, and it becomes kind of, like I said at the beginning, kind of creepy. But then again, I think the people who, who sort of, be born, shall we say, next week, and when they grow up, they become an adult, it won't be anything odd to them. It's kind of like with the internet. Kids are really good with the internet because they were born into it. And you could argue that if you're an adult, but it started to come, you had to learn it, and I think that's how it'll be. It won't be a big deal, for people who have bought into those years and decades.
I thought it was pretty interesting angle you took on the Men in Black, the legend of the Men in Black that you and I have talked about before.
Yeah.
And you speculated, hey, were they robots? There are the ones that are probably government agents of some sort, and then there's the other ones that are just unearthly, weird, and act like they might get an artificial intelligence of some sort. Tell me how that fits under the category of what you're talking about.
Yeah, so when you talk about the Men in Black, most people think of Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones because, from the movies, that's really what sort of made people pick up and say, well, who were the Men in Black? And everybody knew who they were. But the reality is that if you speak to the witnesses, to the real Men in Black, the big threats, that kind of thing, most people have said they don't look completely normal. They wear the black suits. They still even wear the old fedora hat still, like the 1950s hat. But their skin kind of looks like plastic. And a lot of them wear wigs, and some of them, which is bizarre, wear sort of like lipstick on their lips to try and make them look more human. And there are a lot of stories like that where the Men in Black just don't look normal. They look like a biological human, if you like, or a created human. And I think that's what they really are, sort of constructed entities, if you like, designed to threaten people who've seen UFOs, etc., etc.
You also speculate whether or not what the aliens that we call the Greys, whether they might be manufactured beings instead of actual living beings. We'll get into. I tell you what, Nick, we're going to take a break. We'll get into that in the next segment here. A lot of ground still to cover. Talking up with Nick Redford about runaway science, true stories of raging robots and high-tech horrors. We'll go into the break with more Huron, La Belle Fleur Sauvage. Apologies for that pronunciation.
Learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? The feature is a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. AM 640, more stimulating talk. AM 640, news without risk. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Warning beds available. Ivory tenants in the KFI, 24-hour newsroom, 60 warning beds that are set up for homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep the new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about 8 a.m. It's first come, first served at the Long Beach Multi-Service Center on 12th Street. A man's body was found in a ditch near a hiking trail in Altadena. Authorities believe the man was a transient and his death may be weather-related. UC Berkeley Central Sierra Snow Lab says the California snowpack is almost double the amount as usual. It stands at 432 inches with more snow arriving daily. A mudslide in the Lafayette Flint Ridge area gave way and damaged 3 homes. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide, no injuries reported. A rock slide in Ojai has shut down State Route 33 in the Los Padres National Forest. No injuries, but engineers will need to investigate before the road is reopened. The Department of Energy says the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. Mark Mayfield has more. That's according to multiple reports, which cite a classified intelligence report. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. U.S. government agencies have been divided over whether the health emergency began in China as a result of a lab leak or whether it emerged naturally. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CNN on Sunday there's no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. He added that there are a variety of views on the question within the intelligence community. Ukraine
in Veracruz, Mexico, wondered what would happen if we mixed coffee and alcohol. Today, we celebrate National Kahlua Day. And for the 25th straight day, LA County gasoline prices have gone up. AAA says the current average for a gallon of self-serve regular is $4.84. South by weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain likely, highs in the 40s and 50s. The Lake Forest, Laguna Hills has 46. It's 49 in Bellflower, and it's chilly 37 in Austin. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In North Oakland, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. You have a crash, whenever you can cruise blocking that off-ramp. The drive is fucking up as you approach this area. Even worse, this is on the 405 northbound at La Cienega. Compound car picking up the weight lane there. So trucks is on the scene. Watch for lanes. So Rito, CF650, earlier crash that was on the 91 westbound at Bluefield has been cleared from lanes. You drive to recovery in that area. KFI of the sky. Hope you do their masters up around your face. Yeah, visit YouTubeTV.org to call 832-1455. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Department of Public Health. It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water. But once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Blue Shark with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. I never chose to become a gambler. What I did see was to get help from a professional counselor. For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support, provide free resources. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John McCoy, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it can happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, their job posting is flooded with thousands of resumes you just don't cover. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in your JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-DISCOUNT. Here's why. AM 640. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now here's George. Brenda Ronstadt and her velvety tights there. It doesn't matter anymore. A couple of weeks ago, you made me read about this. That there was a different recording of hers that saw a 40,000% increase in downloads on the various music platforms in one day after it had been used in a broadcast HBO series, The Last of Us. And I say I'm amazed that there are so many people who didn't know who she was, but I'm envious of them, of music fans who are now just now discovering who Brenda Ronstadt is and discovering her music that they're digging in. And we go live with Arizona, and man, what a treasure she is. We have an hour remaining with my guest, Nick Redford, talking about runaway science, true stories of racing robots and high-tech horrors. If you are among those who believe that worries about AI are exaggerated, that it's not going to turn into Skynet and use all of us, the humans, and the Terminators after us, there are concerns that are already popping up. And the ones that get on my radar screen involve privacy, worrying about not so much robots that do it, but humans on the other side using robotic technology, the machines that are already at our homes or in our cars.
Real people, real stories. I had eczema. I had been to, even I'm afraid to go to a dermatologist. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking a carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it. I don't go back there again.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. But then the issues that developed in his eyes, so my veterinarian said, you don't want to just go ahead and remove the eye. So then 9 hours of carnivore on average 20 days. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order some product. That way, at least I tried. They did the procedure. They did all the tests. So they're surprised that I don't know what you did. The product they died. Your story here. I'm pleased to announce that Carnivore has officially launched its test edition next month. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional power-up. Try Carnivore, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. carnivora.com. Don't wait. Call today. Carnivora.com. Carnivora.com. Marvelous Entertainment and Aqua Marvelous Sunderland has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a stepping novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Wagon's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast. All lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Nick Redfern, before the break, I was mentioning a topic that's right in your wheelhouse. It's gray area. And you have a chapter in this, which you wouldn't think fits into a book about robots and AI, but it does. I mean, a lot of people believe that those birds are in fact
track machine, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the angles, if you like, of the grades, they do act like robots. They just almost like work at these, best way to describe them. They don't do anything other than sort of take them, adjust people, and sort of take blood and DNA and things like that. The typical scenario of alien abduction. And one person who really expanded the story of the great being sort of biological robot was Philip Corso. In 1997, his book was published the day after Roswell. Now, I need to sort of give the caveat that a lot of people believe the Corso story, and a lot of people don't. But so as you know, but basically, what it said was that the UFO crash at Roswell, or outside of Roswell, what came down was not so much a UFO, but a time machine, and carried the grave. So in other words, we're talking about several angles to this story. The idea of biological robots, but not in a UFO, but in a time machine, which makes it even more complicated. Um, but Corso himself said that the graves were not just entities themselves, they were created biological entities. And as I said, his story is very complicated and controversial. So I recommend everybody to read his book and see what you think about it.
Speculate in the book about, those who have said that stray aliens are creations built in essence robots or androids that here by some other intelligence to harvest souls. And I know there's a book you referenced from the mid-1990s, 97, to get the name of the author. That is a story also, but it was told by Tom Lazar, by the way, in 1989, that he read it in a report. Didn't say he believed it, wasn't endorsing it, that these visitors were here to harvest souls, as exotic and as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, actually, I remember, George, when Bob first came out and spoke about, the things he heard as X4, part of Area 61. And there was that bit about containers and souls. That was kind of crazy, really. The idea that, the aliens were sort of circulating entities and souls. For whatever reason, who knows?
Well, it was tricky to him too. He didn't know what to make of it, and it took me a long time to get him to even talk about it. Even though we knew each other pretty well. The idea of sending out machines into long space missions makes some sense. I mean, there's the idea of self-replicating clothes. I don't know if it's something about doing that now, sending them to Mars from us, things that basically would become autonomous and self-replicate in order to make those long distance trips instead of humans. Right. Makes sense.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things going on right now in terms of technology, that things are, one thing going, you know, over, if you like, sort of over our heads. I mean, but if you look back, say 20 years and now look at today, um, things really are completely different, you know.
Well, I tell you, the long-term possibilities, AI becoming self-aware, Skynet taking over, wiping out humans, sending Terminators, that's all interesting sci-fi scenarios. But there are actual things happening now that bother me, and it's with regard to privacy. You note in your book, people have robotic vacuum cleaners in their homes. They have smart devices and smart TVs that
I'll just admit, I don't have Siri. I don't use Alexa. I have disabled the device in your car that allows you to contact help if you need it. Because I don't like the idea of somebody listening to their devices to whatever I've got going on. Not that I'm planning this crime of a century in my home or in my car, but I don't like somebody listening to my phone call.
No, actually, I don't either. That I don't have them. And for me, I don't need them. And I don't want something like that in my house. Now, other people are happy to, and you get a lot of information. But there are these kind, sometimes comical, but also weird stories, where some of these sort of housebound devices, if you like, if you've heard these stories, and suddenly they don't come out with like a strange giggle or a laugh or something like that, and they just come out with random words. That makes me wonder, if there is some degree of AI, connected to that in some way.
Well, you have examples in your book that are pretty funny, but also not funny. For example, in Florida, the couple had to unplug their Alexa device as their private conversations were recorded and sent to their friends on their contact list. Now, that was really trouble.
Yeah.
In another incident, a German man accidentally received access to 1,700 Alexa audio files belonging to a complete stranger. Those things happen. I'm thinking of like self-driving cars and some of the stories we've heard about what they do. So, the technology obviously is not perfect.
No, you're right. And what you also said there, George, about the privacy. And my concern would be that perhaps 20 years from now, people, won't care if they're being seen or not. I mean, that would be terrible, that, let's say, we're being spied on 24/7 and nobody cares. That would be like sort of, what was it, Fahrenheit,
451.
yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Well, I know that when I first found out that my phones were being monitored a long time ago, it was an outrage at the time. And then as time went on, people just sort of got used to the idea that maybe all of their communications were being listened to. And as you documented in your book, there were these massive computers that were created by intelligence agencies to download pretty much everything. Recording conversations without warrant, that really scares me way more than the idea of China.
Oh yeah, I mean, it just makes me think, where are we going to be 10 years from now, and then 10 years after that, and so on, and so on. And I think if it sort of entered into society in a good, positive fashion, then things can work. But when it's sort of plunged on people, you know, um, you have that kind of angle of just like shock, you know. Um, so I think we have to be very careful how technology is used and what can be done with it.
You write about transhumanism, about how the tendency, it looks like we are evolving into something else, that we will become or are becoming sort of a combination of humans and machines. You have people like Ray Kurzweil, you interviewed him on this program years ago, and you have a section in your book about him looking forward to the day when we can upload our mind into computers and become basically immortal. I'm not sure. I guess there are obviously advantages if you could implant a cell phone into your brain and have access to all the information that's available on the internet. There'd be obvious advantages in your life, in business, in school, things like that. But I think we miss being human.
Well, yeah. And I think, as you mentioned, when we started talking, when we're talking about the military, I mean, I could easily see, 100 years from now, that, troops who've lost an arm, lost a leg, that kind of thing, maybe 2 years after or a year after, they can, they'd be completely put together again, and again, part human, part robot. I can see that happening, and I think that would be sort of normal, I guess. But if you look at the situation, um, people back in the future just won't mind, about um, people being sort of being 50-50 robots. That would be kind of a strange situation for us, I guess. But for people from 100 years from now, it won't be anything out of the wrong or forgotten a bit, it's forgotten or left.
First while, as you know, we refer to the event when we can upload our brain into a computer as the singularity, when we essentially merge with the teams, and if we can live on the internet and suspend our consciousness with live forever. Immortality is key. Kind of scary in more ways than one. Eventually, you wouldn't need a body, I suppose. You could live in a virtual reality kind of state. Makes you wonder if some of our encounters with unknown intelligence, call them aliens, that we can't see, we can't hear them, we think they're there, whether that is what we're dealing with, is some really advanced civilization that's already uploaded into the cosmic internet.
Mhm. And I think the most worrying thing is that it will, sort of dehumanize us to a significant degree. All of this has the ability to do that, I should say. Doesn't mean this is going to happen or that is going to happen, but we need to be careful as to what we do and how far we go with this or that, um, to the point where we don't ourselves become robots.
You write about the possibility that there might be a link to cattle mutilation, animal mutilation cases. What do you mean?
Well, yes, that's a strange story. Very weird one. Um, I got it from a story at Bill Salter, and he was someone who was in the U.S. military in intelligence, and he said that during the course of his work, that he was told by other military personnel that the cattle mutilations were done by extraterrestrials, but the actual cases, the actual situation of mutilating the cattle was done. He said that there was the aliens, or some of them at least, were sort of inserting um, into the cattle herd, um, which is sort of like a really sinister situation, because so many people eat meat, and Salter was someone who said that he heard this story, and that the U.S. government had hidden this story, the idea of trying to insert something into the human race. Um, and basically, these devices um, were sort of that were mutilating the cattle themselves, were extraterrestrial sort of robots themselves. Their goal was just to do the mutilations, um, and essentially that was the story. And Salter himself was very worried about that story, the idea of extraterrestrial robots going out into the dead of night and either killing and taking away body parts, or even worse, inserting some sort of virus into that's pretty interesting. I can tell you that the MIDS guys, the Bigelow's organization, that was at Skinwalker Ranch for 20 years, some of the animal mutilation cases that they investigated, they believe that they were done by machines. They don't know whose machines, but that they were, the one calf in particular in 1996 carved up in broad daylight as if it was taken somewhere else and then brought back and dropped there, carved up with machine-like precision, one with a heavy instrument and a smaller, sharper instrument, but as if mutilated by machines. It was so thorough.
But unfortunately, Dan Salter's dead now. He's not around. But he had a fairly sort of big story of viruses and these robotic spheres coming from the skies and so on. It's a fascinating story.
Anything like where they would build machines that look exactly like us and walk among them?
Well, what they were basically what Salter said was that the craft themselves were like a metal sphere, and they had these sort of probes which would affect the cattle. But supposedly that these small balls of metal would actually go out there and then fly away and so on. But he was adamant that the cattle mutilation was done by extraterrestrials or entities from other reality.
Yeah. We're talking with Nick Redfern about Runaway Science, his book about true stories of raging robots and high-tech horrors. When we come back, we'll take some calls from our listeners. See what's on your mind. The doors take us into the break, waiting for the sun.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rescue crews airlifted a couple and their cat out of the Tahunga Wash. LA Fire Station 2 in the city were camping with water washed in. Everyone's okay. It's police escorts for the grapevine, but it is open. The National Weather Service is calling for more rain and snow today, and it ain't closing again. They say another inch of rain is coming from the coast and the valley, up to 2 inches for the mountains and foothills, 18 inches of snow above 3,000 feet. The 29th Annual SAG Awards are in the books. The comedy drama Everything Everywhere All at Once won Best Cast. Lead actress Michelle Yeoh won Best Actress. Brendan Fraser took home Best Actor for his role in The Whale. ABC's Abbott Elementary took away Best Comedy Ensemble, and HBO's White Lotus won Best Drama Ensemble. Stop-line weather for KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in the 40s to 50s. Right now, 47 for Buena Park, Chula Vista 51, 43 for Thousand Oaks, and 46 in Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In North Hollywood, it's running 170 northbound at Magnolia. We have a crash. A emergency crews are blocking that off-ramp. You drive it, busting up as you approach this area. Inglewood, just off of 405 northbound at La Cienega. Good news, the earlier salt cone in Pleasant Lane has been cleared. Your drive is recovering in that area. In Anaheim, this is off 5 northbound at Harbor. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash out of Lincoln on the right shoulder. Watch the flowing in that stretch. KFI and the sky helps get you there faster up right and
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, last cast, some in space, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia.
that's true.
And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his mates crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Brin. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and is planning the world's only space station. A pride and joy of the USS Mars.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. If you own a small business you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that get fees and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Here's why AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people in prison committed the crime, period, and that's all that matters. The color of their century doesn't matter, they committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun and death, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You're talking George now. Call the Auto Car Line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. It's also toll free from each of the Rockies. Call 800-625-5033. For west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nash. That's Circle Simpson in Bloom. It's kind of an oddity in that it has sort of cosmic sensitivity for a country artist. Really clever stuff. My guest, Nick Redfern, writes in his new book, Runaway Science, in a very short period of time, we might see a radical change in what passes for humans and what passes for robots. I don't exaggerate at all when I say the lines might blur, but it's very different. Clones, modified humans, designer babies, half-human robots, take them all into the pot, and it's a really interesting time ahead of us in the next 10, 20 years. We're going to get to the phone, see what's in your mind. I'm almost reluctant to see what surprises might await us on these calls, but we'll jump into that right after this.
your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, every email, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shopping for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. But definitely are. Love has no labels, and one small step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, the story is so
Yeah. When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehatnolabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives you a lot of hope. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehatnolabels.com/one small step. And that's some story for it. Love has no labels, and that's awesome.
Nick Whitburn, let's take your call. Go to the wildcard line, my ad in New York. Good morning, young lady. How you doing?
Gentlemen, what a wonderful show, George. Point of clarification, and then my main question, and I'll let you know this here. Like to know who the publisher is of Runaway Diary. And I'd like to know, as you researched and wrote the book, I'd like some idea of the process, how long it took, and what your present assessment is of any ethical framework and slash blueprint in terms of protecting humanity. If you have my questions, I will listen over to their audience. I appreciate your work. Thank you, George.
Another question. I think it usually takes me about 9 months to write the book, and I'm pretty quick. So. The publisher, Nick, is Visible Ink Press. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Okay. One other question about ethical considerations. So, you've gone far down this rabbit hole. Is there a reliable way to put a collar on artificial intelligence to build in limitations on what it can do?
Well, yeah, I think, and I think limitations would be a good thing because we don't want to lose our humanity, and that, I think, more than anything else, is the most important thing when in the history and whatever's going to happen in the future. We need that humanity. The last thing we want to end up is like new versions of the grave, you know. So we must be careful.
Yeah, I'm convinced that we really know how this is intended and whether or not self-awareness, if I were an intelligent machine and I couldn't develop self-awareness, I don't think I'd tell them. I don't think I'd let humans know that they were already capable, but it would be in their own issue.
Yeah, that's it.
West of the Rocky Tower
I would. The problem that I see in the future is being able to tell what is actually artificial intelligence and what is really uh, conscious, conscious intelligence. Uh, there's been a lot of research lately about human consciousness, and there's been a lot of debate about that. Some researchers believe that consciousness is outside of the human brain. It's like a field around it, and like a TV set, the program is not in the TV, it's something that it's received. Now, in the future, when they put together the right combination of circuits and chips, and something like would become sentient, conscious. The problem will be how will we be able to tell what's artificial and what's not. Hell, I don't even think I could prove I don't know. So how are we going to solve that problem?
And that's the central question, isn't it, Howard? Make any comments?
Well, it was crap. What do you like? Okay, so I didn't get the whole story.
He's trying to figure out what is the source of consciousness. You can have a machine that becomes self-aware, but is that consciousness? And how could you tell the difference?
Oh, yeah, well, from my perspective, it's vital, that we have that awareness. If we lost that, we would lose everything. I won't say we're 100% unique. There's a lot of animals on the planet, which are incredibly intelligent as well. You have to look at your pet cat and your pet dog, but in a different way. And, but everything pretty much as far as we know so far, is unique. The planet is almost unique.
Howard, I would say that the evidence, the kind of research that Bigelow and his organization are doing, the evidence that some of those scientists are doing, suggests that consciousness exists not as a product of the brain, but something else that exists independently of the brain. You look at near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, consciousness continues even when the brain is dead. Um, how far it goes, we don't know, but yeah, these are really big questions that appreciate the call. Jason in Tumwater, Washington. Jason, you're on with Nick Redford.
Hi, George. Thank you for my call, and thank you, Nick, for this fascinating topic tonight. I wanted to reach out and see what your thoughts were on us as Asians and transhumanism. How much are we willing to give up? It almost seems like we're being groomed with every new gadget and the internet and just everything. So, full success, the great aliens possibly harvesting souls. Is that like a paradox? Saying to what, how much we're willing to give up? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, it is possible that we could, sort of become like the grave, not necessarily, looking exactly like us, but in the future, it is possible that, we could give away at least some degree of our reality, our humanity. And if that does happen, then it would be a terrible thing because we really are unique in one sense. And so, from my perspective, I think we need to sit down and be very careful as to what we do or what we plan to do in the future, because it's possible that we would not be able to go back when we've done it, and we've changed the human brain to access the internet, a cell phone, and have every fact in the world at your fingertips, the kind of advantage it gives you in business and school and just in your everyday life, people would jump at it. I think, as Nick is right in the sense that we might make sacrifices to give up our humanity for a step at a time as a competitive advantage, and then suddenly we're not humans anymore. And I'm already in that talk. Yeah, and I'm certainly not another kid, so that's me. I'm done with this shit. Yeah. Interesting questions, for sure, and big questions that we need to consider. Bill in Los Angeles. Good morning, Bill. Hey, George, your doors opportunity reminded me that I have an analog recording, not digital, of my high school rock band playing the same stage that Morrison and the Doors had played 7 years prior at my Glendale High School. You're going to have to send me that used for a bumper song. Or, I know, you know an old geezer named Dennis Mitchell. He's got a copy. I do know Dennis. Yeah, I know him really well. Sure. Anyway, I'm a fellow Luddite, George. Didn't need it because of my journalism background like yours, but I think that we're creating like an unromantic digital dystopia that's destroying privacy and personal interaction. And I'm with Bill Walsh, and he says I'm an analog man. Yeah, I think paper, books, analog film, videotape, and non-internet flip phones, like this old thing I'm using, are simple, dependable, realistic, and they're personally fulfilling, and they don't clandestinely spy on us or allow millions of people to instantly plagiarize and become bored and confused, lonely clones. Well, I like how you think. If you saw my office at home or my office at KLAS or any of the secret stashes of paper I have everywhere, I don't trust machines. I've had lost too many things to digital mishaps. So I read books, physical books, and keep a copy of pretty much everything on paper, but I know where you're coming from. Nick, you want to jump into that? Well, I was just thinking, I was just going to say that, this angle of how things could be complete, and so on. The fact is, we're not being forced to go into that angle. It's like, for example, the spies in the home. We don't have to have those things, you know. There's other technology which would be great to see, particularly like, as I mentioned, soldiers who lost arms, that kind of thing. But for the negative side of it all, we're not forced to go down that path. And so I think, we need to stand up and see who we are and stay that way. There's no reason why we have to go, become robotic slaves or anything like that. We can walk away from it. Bill, thanks for the call. Norman is calling in on the wild card line. Hey, Norman, you're on with St. Redford. Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Good. I've noticed in the last, I'm in St. Louis, and the last, 5 years or so, I'm an early riser, so I do all my shopping early. So I'm half awake for that, 6 in the morning. I get a grocery store and Menards, I go, Lowe's, hardware stores in my life. Okay, but I'll be kind of notice something behind me, and turn around and just not a person, it's someone mopping the floor, but it's the computer mopping the floor, or now they got them where they're doing inventory. And I'm thinking carefully, boy, this is a genius, you can't call and fix if you were drunk last night or this, that, and the other, but on the other hand, you're putting 2 or 3 people out of work in the overall economy and working. Who determines these sort of things? And you get what I'm saying, more so moral ethics of replacing, say, half a store with computers that are more efficient or whatnot. And then, I'm a Christian, so I believe, that Jesus everything, and everything he created perfect and perfectly harmonious and self-sustaining. And we keep tampering with stuff like this GMO food, and we keep tampering with spraying chemicals from airplanes and pesticides and all this. What do we got now? We got nothing for us eating. It's what we got, poison water. So I just say leave well enough alone. Leave stuff the way God made it. And that's my opinion. Thanks, Norman. Any comments there?
Yeah, we do have to be very careful. You made a good point there. We do have to be careful as to what we do and what we don't do. Because we just don't know what's going to happen. And if we go the right way, things will be good. And vice versa as well. But what I would also say is that if we are going to go down this pathway, and certainly, technology is growing and growing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against technology. I mean, I'm for technology, but we need to work with it in a situation where we can say, wow, we did the right thing. So
I tell you, Nick, I'm more concerned about human use of technology than the technology itself getting out of hand. You didn't get into this, but in your book you have a section about smart TVs and can they be used as surveillance devices. And I think the answer is yes. I'm not concerned about my TVs. I'm concerned about the people who might use my TVs or listen in for whatever reason, and using my robotic vacuum cleaner if I had one. Or listening in these car devices. That's what bothers me is the mass surveillance that our government agencies have proven that they will use that technology if they get a chance.
you're right. I mean, all of that to be, used against the figure right, and I mean that, because there are certain people who would love it if we'd all got TV, one of us, or we've got, a device in the living room. They would love it.
Well, we all carry little surveillance devices in our pockets, don't we? Well, we all have them.
That's true.
It's just a perfect surveillance device where you are at every time, at every moment of the day. And Big Redbird, thanks very much. It's always great to talk to you. Runaway Science, true stories of raging robots, high-tech horrors, a great read. You're always welcome here, my friend.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. All right. Keep us in the loop. Thanks also to Wayne Pacelli at Animal Wellness Action, and to my colleagues Sarah Coast, Michael Socio, and Donald Walker, Brian Stacy, Dan Glory, Pat Borg, Lisa Lyon, and Tom Danheiser, of course, for Story. By the way, if you're in Pasadena next weekend, Alien Con is underway. I'm going to be there. Jeremy Corbell, my colleague, people like Eric Von Daniken, Dave Stratton, who headed the UAP Task Force, and his colleague, Travis Taylor, a lot of really interesting speakers. So if you're on the 4th and 5th, check it out. I'm George Mount. I'll be back in a couple of weeks, everyone. Good night. Medicare stamp. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. You don't get your number. Put it off. Medicare phone. So funny. Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement. I was funny. You did not have
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-78. At Uline, they are going the extra mile for their hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. Hey, all the Steve Sharks, did you hear the news? Yeah, California Utilities Commission just changed the rate by which solar customers are not ready for their power outage. It's called still that 1.0. Now the law, and no one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power company. There's a grandfather.
Oh, I didn't know exactly what he meant. It's like, that's the one that that's
Filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today, Sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. ESLB when you're really Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. DWP Workers First. I'm Bree Pennington at KFI 24-hour newsroom. Department of Water and Power workers in intensive care after suffering an injury while trying to restore power to the San Fernando Valley. LA Department of Water and Power General Manager Martin Adams says workers have restored power to more than 98,000 homes. There are still some without power today. Crews have an order to their repair work, broken or down power lines first in individual areas. 61 new beds have been set up for homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep the new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about 8 a.m. First come, first served at the Long Beach Multi-Service Center. That's on 12th Street. A man's body was found in a ditch near a hiking trail in Altadena. Authorities believe the man was a transient and his death may be weather-related. A mudslide in La Cañada Portage gave way and damaged 3 homes. One has been declared uninhabitable. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide, no injuries reported. A rock slide in Ojai has shut down State Route 33 in the Los Padres National Forest. No injuries, but engineers will need to investigate before the road is open. Department of Energy says the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. Mark Mayfield has more. That's according to multiple reports, which cited classified intelligence reports that was delivered to key lawmakers last month. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. U.S. government agencies have been divided over whether the health emergency began in China as a result of a lab leak or whether it emerged naturally. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The price of gas is on the rise today. AAA says the current average cost of a gallon of self-serve regular is now $4.84. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny with rain today. Highs in the 40s to 50s. Right now it's 47 in Placentia. Huntington Beach is 50. 44 in Pasadena and 42 in Valencia. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennington.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 1 second northbound at Magnolia. We have a crash at Emergency Crews blocking a dive-off ramp. You got to get stuck as you approach this area. Inglewood, we have good news. Earlier stall car that was on the 405 northbound at La Cienega has been cleared from lanes. You drive is recovering in that area. Anaheim, this is on the 5 northbound at Harbor Boulevard. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash out of lanes in all the right shoulder. KFI and Skyhook 60 announcers of Brian and Dave. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as a movie star. The late night dramas get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a twin auto accident. And if you mention this, Los Angeles County is the state's most dangerous place to drive. As your total minded, we specialize in serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 15 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If you're in the serious case, get serious help. Call your Tony and Myers, justice for you since 1972. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Children along with experts, researchers, and celebrities, and search
And now the top tiebreaker, the business Toronto, number 5. LA Times storytelling and our magazine readers voted highest in that. I'm taking the second here. Number 4. Two connected 500 times past 7.5 hours. Available in 2 hour work time. Thursday, 2 p.m. 3. Take your word and sound here. Right on site. This ticket down. And the number 2. Hollywood Sports. Play, first, first, and that is your reward point. It's for you easier. And the number 1 reason. Local Sellers is now open. That's super sandwiches up here. Come take it all the parties about. Toronto Casino Resort Club. Toronto, good time. For everybody. Take the Harlem Stakes the 2024 election to the American flag. Starting with the best-selling book. Yeah, his new bestseller is called Final Battle. Even Parliament. He reveals that every event is led by far less Democrats, big media, and a new woke generation looking to forever change U.S. culture where there are schools or churches in our military. Ireland explains how it acts on our electoral report, integrity of the electoral system in other countries, undermines the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Ireland seems Americans seeking an increasing with antagonistic political language that supports both polarized. Even if the American way might itself is different. Ireland seems the players working behind the scenes to undermine our enduring institutions. Final battle in book 4 check out the free offer is free 21 shots. Call 1-800-NEWSBANK, that's 1-800-NEWSBANK, or go online to finalbattle611.com. Finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call report for 24 to 5 in your story. This program is pre-recorded. Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time. This is Coast to Coast AM. Blasting out of the Mojave Desert like a Toronto. Breathing across the land. Slamming into your radio. Charged nanoparticle of unobtainium. Breaking from the bulky, foggiest, most outrageous city in the world. The planetary capital of sun, fun, sin, sex, and secrets. My not so humble hometown Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is George Knapp, your occasional host, designated driver of airwaves, and moderator of such upcoming cacophonous cavalcade conversation. What's thinking out there? It's like much of North America is under a storm warning, or is already being pummeled, or is about to be pummeled by snow, or rain, or wind, or all of the above. If you were one of the many who were trying to get from Southern California to Las Vegas, or the other way around over the past couple of days, well, you were, as the civil transport is SOL. Roads and highways were impassable in places, plane flights were canceled, delayed, airports shut down, lots of grumbling for travelers heading in both directions, and it's even worse elsewhere, I guess, around the country. But hey, tonight you're huddled inside, maybe in your home or apartment, your cabin, or in your car, or the compartment of a big rig truck cruising along, plowing through the elements. Welcome all, consider us, sport in the storm. Tonight we've got a powerful doubleheader for you. You know, anyone who's a fan of sci-fi movies is familiar with the theme of dangerous technology that gets out of hand. Robots on a rampage, alien machines here to wipe out our planet, how to control computers or AI like HAL in 2001. Those scenarios sound less and less improbable every day. As our own technological prowess continues to make leaps and bounds way beyond what any of us expected almost daily. I mean, the idea of a machine intelligence or being to say Skynet, or your robot vacuum cleaner spying on you, or autonomous drones becoming weapons of war, or as close as they
first place. We'll hear about some horrors that are not from the world of science fiction. Sadly, they're real, and they're unfolding right now. An intense undercover investigation by animal welfare operatives has just been made public. The team spans 3 countries that months gathering evidence about what happens to horses from the U.S. You know, we don't work here. It's cultural thing at work as a society. We decided we do not use certain dogs, cats, horses. So in some parts of the world, there are a dwindling number of folks who do animals. There are no forced slaughterhouses in the U.S. anymore. It's been illegal since 2007. Nor are we supposed to allow them. We can't elsewhere for slaughter, but it happens daily, tens of thousands of times per year. And it's possible the treatment of these horses on their way to slaughter is almost worse than being processed for meat. I know that this is a tough subject to handle, so we're trying to be sensitive to the ears of our listeners, but it's a story that needs to be told. Wayne Pacelli has been my guest many times on this program. He's one of some of the largest animal organizations in the world, currently the founder of Animal Wellness Action and president of the Center for a Humane Economy, and working Congress, state legislatures, and with the business world, with the message that what is good for animals is most likely good for business too, for the planet and for humans. Wayne joins us this news from the front lines of the animal welfare battle. The full scoop on this undercover study about horse slaughter. There are also news about animal parking rings, the fight to save wolves, kangaroos, and the decency in the treatment of field animals, those caught at these massive factory farms that we discussed already before. I know we always get a strong reaction when Wayne is here, and in fact, no less this time, he joins us momentarily. Our webmaster, Ryan Stacy, and I have put together our usual assortment of items and strategies, sold from various news sources around the world. The article is read this report about the horses that will be discussing tonight. We posted that link there in that news. You can read it later if you don't have time to do so tonight during our discussion. A couple of recent stories related to concerns about robots and artificial intelligence. Many of you out there are already experimenting with these popular AI links. We're having conversations with AI entities and getting the right to count paper or do your artwork. Take a look at our stories if you get a chance before next Red Burn joins us later. Also tonight, a story there about the James Webb Space Telescope. There's some amazing discoveries in the lab. Have you heard about this? Galaxies that shouldn't really be there? There have these discoveries broken our understanding of the cosmos. Not quite, yet anyway. And we're subscribing on this message in Colorado. Would be careful about the surveillance that modern drivers operate on. It used to be a job that sort of personified personal freedom. Be out there on the road on your own. Not anymore. I'm not sure anyone's under more surveillance than truckers. Those stories and more in that visit while you're on the website. Check out how to become a Coach Insider. The cost is about 15 cents a day. You can subscribe for a year. Gives you access to a huge archive of programs and interviews, including heartfelt vault. You can listen anytime you want. There's often in the breakthrough event. If you can't stay up late for your thoughts of the live broadcast, also check the link about how to subscribe to Beyond Police, a short story television program which interviews fascinating guests similar to what Jordan does so well here on the radio. With that, let's assume the position. Bring in the dog and the cat and the pudgy pork-bellied pig, put on a pot of dough, slide your bod into those fuzzy flannel jammies, and your toes into your best bunny slippers, drop yourself down in a comfy spot, the lights, and turn up the radio, because we're about ready to rumble. In a moment, Wayne Pacelli from Animal Wellness Action revealing a dirty secret about American horses. I'm George Knapp, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. If you served in the Marine Corps, by now you know about the contaminated water problem at Camp Lejeune. If you were stationed or worked at Camp Lejeune from 1953 to 1987, you probably have a lot of questions. We have some answers. You could be entitled to compensation. Billions of dollars are being allocated to pay for damages to anyone
staging its camp regimes during that time. Unfortunately, it appears that officials may have known the contaminated water problem existed and did little to protect their men. The Semper Fi code was not honored. If you or someone in your family has developed a serious illness, including various forms of cancer, call the Camp Lejeune Legal Support Line right now. You can't turn back the clock and change what happened, but you can certainly call right now and learn your rights as a Marine. Here's the number. Call 800-236-8989. 800-236-8989. That's 800-236-8989. Paid for by Legal Alert Line. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing of spending. At times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, you can buy it at bullionmax.com/coach. Go to bullionmax.com/coach to purchase your silver starter kit. It's 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited edition Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coach Gold listeners. bullionmax.com/coach. Welcome back. Wayne Caselli works at the highest levels of animal welfare issues and fights. He lobbies Congress and state legislatures, negotiates with huge corporations and businesses to try to make this a better world for people and animals. He founded Animal Wellness Action. Thank you. Can you differentiate for us about the two organizations?
They are in some ways, George, but they have different areas of focus, but they're complementary. Animal Wellness Action is a 501c4 organization, which means it can conduct more lobbying than your traditional charity. The purpose is to influence government, because government has an enormous role to play in setting standards to stop people from harming animals, because in the relationship that we have with animals, we've got all the power. If you don't have a law that forbids downsizing, in a country of 330 million people, you could have 10,000 people, a tiny, tiny minority, wreaking havoc. We can't convince those people to stop, so the law must cease. The Senate United Economy works with corporations. The biggest businesses in food retail, like Walmart or Costco, the biggest names in fashion, like Armani, the biggest names in pharmaceuticals, like AstraZeneca and Pfizer. We try to get them to include animal welfare in their business operations. That means their R&D programs, their purchasing practices, and other aspects of their businesses. So those, to me, are the two biggest levers for animal welfare. The problem with animals is cruelty, but it's systemic cruelty. It's big operations like factory farms, like animal testing, horse slaughter. You can't rescue your way out of these problems. You've got to really change the fundamentals of how we're treating these animals. And that's why Animal Wellness Action and the Center for the Humane Economy have this two-pronged approach of business and government.
You and I talked about this before. It's you have to just walk a fine line. No one wants to be lectured about what they should or can't eat. But you can educate people about the practices that what the foods that they come from. And they will not to stop. This for that. But we can make changes that make lives of millions of animals better just by their buying power, right?
No, of course, George, and none of us want to be a scold. None of us want to tell people what to do. But it's important for all of us who care about animals, and I rarely find someone who doesn't care about animals. You have to be a hard-hearted person, not to think about these creatures who are innocent, who feel pain like we do, who have emotions like we do, in a sense of they have happiness and joy, they have sadness, they have loneliness. And, in our society, we have really, really put animals into certain boxes. We think of them as just part of these big industries, and we don't give much of a thought to how our actions affect them down the line. When we're eating, when we're buying products in the marketplace, when we're wearing evolving, but you and I are going to have a having a wide-ranging discussion tonight. They're real problems. We're not doing this, you and I having this discussion just because it's some sort of academic exercise, because it's real. These animals are at risk, and we can do something about it because we're smart enough as a species, we're creative enough, we're innovative enough to figure out options for us that don't produce a trail of victims in our wake.
Let's jump right into horses. How did this investigation begin? Was there a suspicion that it was happening, and you needed to gather enough evidence to prove it?
This issue of horse slaughter has been around our country for a long time. George, we used to have horse slaughter plants, and we had them all over the country. I'm from Connecticut originally. We had a horse slaughter plant in Connecticut when I was a kid. Your home state of Nevada. There were horses that were rounded up from the wild, and the trucks were full of horses that were on their way to slaughter plants. In fact, famous advocate by the nickname of Wild Horse Annie, trailed one of those trucks, and literally a blood trail that was following that truck that was filled with horses who had been taken off of the range, and she campaigned Wild Horse Annie across the country and rallied people to stop the slaughter of wild horses. So this has been a big issue. I've worked on it for years. When I was working on it in the early 2000s, 2007, we finally shut down the last 3 slaughter plants in the United States. There were 2 in Illinois. It was through state lawmaking and judicial actions that we shut those plants down. Texas had a 1949 law. So you think of that. Go back to the very end of the first half of the 20th century, and Texas, which is a conservative state, it's a rural state, it's an agriculture state. The legislature said, we don't want to kill horses for human consumption. We're stopping this. We're outlawing it. But nobody paid attention to that law until there was a suit in the early 2000s to put an end to it. Illinois had a plant in DeKalb, about an hour outside of Chicago, and that was shut down. Then the Congress said, well, we don't like this very much. We're going to defund any horse slaughter section. So we're not going to provide any money to the U.S. Department of Agriculture to inspect these slaughter plants, and we are going to make sure that they don't reopen. The problem is, horses then were put on trucks and shipped to Canada and Mexico alive, so they could be killed at slaughter plants just north of our border, in Montana and Vermont, and then south of our border in Texas, and to be killed in Mexico. And I just thought, and I know a lot of other horse advocates like you and others thought, my God, this is terrible that these horses are trucked sometimes for hundreds or even more than 1,000 miles and butchered in Mexico, mainly for human consumption and sent to Japan or to Russia or to China. This is a terrible thing to befall animals who play such a role in the settlement of our country and the expansion of our country, and continue to serve important roles in commerce and recreation for us in contemporary times. This is just awful. And I knew it was a bloody, barbaric business, and we sent with our partner organization, Animals, Angels, people around the country, as you noted in the setup, and also to Canada and Mexico to look at this.
study, it could still be 20,000 horses a year here, right?
It's a lot of animals. If you think of 30 horses jammed onto one of these trucks, and you think 20,000, of these horses a year, that's 666 shipments of horses filling a truck every year. That's 2 a day going over our borders. And just think of these horses. They are flight and fright animals. They've got these big, beautiful eyes. They've got these long legs, powerful bodies. When there's a threat, they run. And that's their great gift, is their ability to run 45 miles an hour. They can't run from these people. They are then jammed into these trucks. They have the stallions and the mares bunched together. They are frightened. They know that something is wrong. And they go on a passage of hundreds of miles or 1,000 miles where they are just treated like, an animal just waiting to die. They just don't give any consideration to their well-being. And it used to be, George, that in 1990, just to take, a 30-year span of this, we were killing 350,000 American horses. They were being slaughtered at plants throughout the United States, slaughter plants, or they were being shipped to Canada and Mexico. It dropped because of concerns about cruelty, concerns about food safety. These horses are coming off of ranches and racetracks where they have substances administered to them, like butazolid, which is an anti-inflammatory, that's forbidden for consumption by humans. There's no cattle, no pigs, no animals traditionally used for food or administered with that substance, or another 125 substances that have been documented in horses that are headed for the food chain. Now, not the food chain in the United States, fortunately, but the food chain in Japan or China or Russia. And a lot of people are now concerned about this food safety issue. They're concerned about the animal welfare. And let's also note that someone's raising these horses for food. They're opportunistically gathered up by these kill buyers, and they're misrepresenting who they are. Very few people who go to an auction want their horses going to slaughter. And, for us to see the misrepresentations that occur for a lot of people, in a lot of these settings, is just another aspect of this vast betrayal by humans of horses to play such a role in our human experience.
We'll talk about ways to sell it, animal welfare action. We'll continue our conversation about horses, in particular about wild horses, how many of them end up in this pipeline, and then expand the conversation to other species. Bob Dylan, Shelter from the Storm.
The last time was hard. When I cried about you, the road was full of mud. I didn't find no evidence. A creature boy to run. Come in, said I did that. Jumping from the if I pass this way again, you can reach me again. I always do my best to learn that I did my word. When I want to look you out just and said you I finally said you wrong. Come in, said I'll give you out. Jumping from the I don't want to just hope to quit out. I'm Rick Henderson at KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's 8 exports for the grapevines and it is open. National Weather Service is calling for more rain and snow today, so they may close it again. They're saying if the rain is coming from the coast to the valley, up to 2 inches for the mountain and foothills, and 50 inches of snow above 3,000 feet. At least 3 motorhomes were swept into the Santa Clara River after an embankment collapse inside an RV park. The capital of Valencia. No one was inside the motorhomes when it fell into the river. No injuries reported. And if you're feeling a little blue with all this rain, you're not alone. Seasonal affective disorder is a type of infection that can see lack of sunshine. Healthline.com says many ways to fix sadness, depression, and food cravings. What are the cravings? Carbs. Southside weather for KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now, 47 in Cypress, San Clemente has 45. The 46 in Northridge and 49 in Long Beach.
We think local for the certified 24-hour newsroom on Great Tennis.
In the healthcare business, Selby qualified around that over the boulevard. We have a crash there out of place and off the place. Shoulders of one for looking for the way safe. Approach. And in North Hollywood, this Selby 174 South at Magnolia Boulevard. Kind of through from an earlier crash, blocking the off-ramp there. Watch it slow in that stretch. Inglewood, we have good news. Earlier stall started on the 405 north side at Los Angeles has been cleared from lanes to drive recovery in that area. AMI was got up to send out to O'Brien Band.
On the podcast, the last Zodiac, last back, coming soon. Get to know the experiences of the story of the final confidant. A man trapped in space while the plane crumbled to the ground.
His name was Sergei Krishna. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and was planning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to the last Zodiac on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how languages learned.
Attention Southern California, Denver Solaris is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Denver Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with his free decor and honor. No money out of pocket and no payment until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Denver Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Spend money and pay batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Denver's an always quoting platinum preferred contractor. Upgrade to always quoting 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all others, call 877-211-5591 or visit DenverSolaris.com. Approved credit expires February 1, 2023. Fine. AM 640. More stimulating. Never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coastcoastam.com.
Coast to Coast Radio with George Rolling Stone. The song is not literally about wild horses. It's used as a metaphor. It's a beautiful tune, and I use it every chance I get. You know, it teaches me that wild horses, American Mustangs, are protected by law. The law of the land was enacted unanimously by Congress more than half a century ago, and the Mustangs are not supposed to be killed for meat or used for dog food or mistreated. They were meant, the law was meant to allow them to live out their lives on the public range. But, a lot of landowners keep the Mustangs when I'm gone. The PLM, Pure Land Management, more than happy to go along with that and round them up and round up as many as they can. The killer buyers that Wayne Pacelli mentioned find ways that get their claws on the Mustangs, send them into this bloody pipeline, the slaughterhouses, contrary to the law. As this new report documents, the conditions of those meat plants, dilapidated, dirty, nothing close to any humane standards for animals or protection for people. It is a giant industry, but one that is still causing so much suffering and it needs to stop. We'll continue our conversation with Wayne Pacelli about horses, and then expand it into an even larger arena, a larger issue, an area where you can help in a very direct way, just by making a call or sending an email. Back in a moment. Tax season can be testing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, in email, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous for people to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S. state restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching e-contact or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. Radio 25. And for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code Radio 25. That's consumercellular.com/Radio25. Promo code Radio 25.
No.
Wayne Pacelli, it seems like a lot of people have to look the other way for this to happen, to keep happening. Horses stranded in these corrals right there near the border, trucks packed with horses crossing into Canada and Mexico. I mean, how many police would one need to see that? Your investigators saw it with their own eyes, right?
They did. 10 states and 2 countries. One takeaway, George, is there are just 2 plants now operating in Canada. There's one in Alberta, and it's called Bouverie LTD, and then there's one in Quebec, and it's beyond Richelieu. And the Alberta facility is incredible. It's a vast, holding area outside of industry. This is a loose network of predatory individuals who are opportunistically taking up horses for their own little small network and its profit. There are no industry standards. They have no standards of care. Even the major livestock organizations, the cattlemen, the pork producers that we've got a lot of problems with in terms of how they care for their animals, at least they have some animal care standards that they purport to observe. There are no standards because this isn't even an industry. This is the kill buyer grabbing an animal, putting the animal at some horrible holding facility, then having a kill trucker take the animal to a holding facility in Shelby, Montana, near the border with Canada, or toward the border of Mexico. And, eventually, after more mistreatment, more neglect, shipping them down to be butchered. These horses have eyes as wide as saucers, once they see other horses being killed right in front of them. I mean, just think about this. These are conscious beings. They're prey animals. Human beings had to endure that sort of thing. We would understand and immediately empathize with the terror that someone would feel with the inevitability of death, right there. So that's what happens to these horses, and it happens without us knowing. And that's why it's so important that our investigators at Animal Wellness Action and our partner organization, Animals and Angels, pull back the curtain to see what the hell's going on here.
Is there any argument to be made, or has anyone tried that? It's really humane because these are abandoned animals. It's preventing them by slaughtering them. At least they're not starving to death slowly. They're abandoned. Somebody got rid of them, doesn't want them, but they'll just die on the side of the road if we go through this.
Well, that's been the argument, George. You articulated. I know that's not your view. You're being a good journalist in iterating their argument. I have a few responses. Number one, we have some abandoned dogs and cats. We have homeless dogs and cats. But, the difference is that the kill buyers see homelessness and abandonment as a commercial opportunity. You and I and others who care about animals see this as a moral responsibility. That's a great difference. The other aspect of this is that what could be worse? What could be worse than falling into the hands of these people? I'd rather be abandoned than fall into the hands of a kill buyer, because I know what my fate is going to be. I know that I'm going to be injured. I know I'm going to be terrorized. I know I'm going to be butchered if I end up with one of these kill buyers and the band of characters that they operate with. There are horse rescues, there are humane organizations all over this country. They are working hard to help animals every day. And we don't do this with dogs and cats because there is some level of abandonment. We don't decide that we are going to truck them to Canada and Mexico, slaughter them, and then send them to South Korea or China. We just don't do that.
Let's talk for a moment about BLM and wild horses. I know that, I've heard these stories for years. We've documented some of it, that wild horses are supposed to be protected. They end up with these kill buyers as well. The BLM continues to round them up. You headed an organization, a huge organization, that cut a deal. It was one of several that cut a deal with the Bureau of Land Management and sold out the wild horses. Basically, went along with a plan. I mean, not when you were there. Obviously, it's after you left. But they went along with a plan that really screwed them over. And now, we got a new administration. It doesn't seem to matter what party is in control, who the president is, who's running the Department of Interior. Those roundups continue. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, and just get rid of these horses when they're really not causing the harm that's alleged to have happened, right?
It's totally exaggerated, George, and you really have to look at the four-legged creatures who are on our Bureau of Land Management lands and Forest Service lands in the West. There may be 80,000 wild horses and burros stretched over, a couple of 100 million acres. On those same lands, there are 4.5 million livestock, cattle and sheep. Yet somehow the cattlemen and the sheep ranchers say there's too many wild horses. I mean, you just need to have a basic understanding of arithmetic to see that there's something deeply wrong with that assessment of the situation. So believe that this is a contrived problem. We do support active management with fertility control to address this problem. And that fertility control, where you use a dart gun to contracept the marriage and limit reproduction, can keep the population from getting too high, and it will also keep the horses on the range. We in the United States, our federal government is rounding up these horses. We have 50,000 of them in holding facilities in the United States, and that is costing $2,000 to $4,000 per horse per year. It's busting the budget of the management, and it's an outrageous outcome for horses who are supposed to be wild and free. It's not a captive wild horse management program, it's a wild horse program. Keep them on the range.
So I know that anybody who's read the report by now is pretty ticked off, but what would you like our listeners to do tomorrow?
Contact your lawmakers. This is a federal problem. It's a government problem. It needs a government solution. 202-224-3121. Support the Rome Act to restore our American Mustangs Act to stop this insane treadmill of roundups and keeping tens of thousands of horses in captive holding facilities. To use fertility control as an active population control management program, to end these mass roundups with helicopters. It's like a rodeo situation for these horses. And we've got a second bill called Veterans for Mustangs. We're supporting that to get our veterans, our military veterans out in the field, helping these horses, doing the contraception work, but engaged in a wide variety of other practices to help our horses. The BLM needs a complete reboot. I really think, George, this is the Congress when we're going to get some major stuff done on this issue.
And on the slaughterhouse issue, it's the same thing. Called members of Congress. Is there anybody who's gotten the charge?
Yeah, we're getting everything ready. There's a farm bill. Every 5 years, the Congress does a massive farm bill that puts together provisions related to agriculture and food and nutrition. And it also includes animal welfare issues because the Animal Welfare Act is under the control of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, that has the closest touch on the pork slaughter issue. So we're going to try to attach an amendment to the farm bill to keep it. So urge your senators, your U.S. representatives to support a ban on pork slaughter, and that includes live export of horses for slaughter and burros for slaughter in Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, it's got to stop. So along the same lines, while they're on the phone, they can maybe make a call about the FDA regulations. This is unbelievable to me that it was ever the law of the land. The fact that it's still the law of the land is amazing, but the FDA requires animal testing, meaning killing, torturing, experimenting on animals for a whole range of topics. Right?
Well, this happened for 84 years, George, but in the 1938 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act, statute that, again, like its name sounds, regulates food, drugs, and cosmetics. There was a provision, the drug testing piece, and, every sort of drug that we think about, a pain medication, an Alzheimer's drug, a cancer drug, really important stuff. But we were requiring,
Yeah. I guess we got them. All right, we're having a problem with this. All right, we're talking about the Food and Drug Administration, Wayne Facilities Organization, the Center at Animal Wellness Action, and the Center for Humane Economy are two of the ones that have been sort of leading the charge, trying to get the change in these regulations that for a lot of years required private companies, big companies, corporations to conduct animal testing. The research, I think Wayne is probably the better person to say about this, but the research has shown that animal testing does not work. It's a simple fact that the kind of tests that are carried out on animals, millions of animals, torturous experiments, subjecting them and exposing them to all kinds of chemicals and other harmful substances just don't work because the test results are not applicable to humans. That's the basic truth of what's come out after dozens of years. So
back with us. I was just trying to explain in my very vague way about the FDA regulations and the fact that the test results from animal experiments just don't work.
George, this is the incredible part of this. That for 84 years, the government mandated animal tests, multi-species, multi-generational for every new drug. And drugs really define our medical work in the United States. We have drugs for every sort of affliction. We have palliatives and, attempted cures. The problem is we haven't solved a lot of these great problems that afflict human beings. Cancer is still widespread. We've got Alzheimer's and other neurological diseases that are creating havoc for our families, for our friends, and so many people that we know. We're not finding any cures. At the root of this is this problem with investigational drugs. And, we're doing testing on animals for two purposes. Safety, so we want to try to screen the drugs, which makes, of course, eminent sense to see that you take a drug that doesn't kill you because of side effects. Then we test it for efficacy and efficiency, that the drug is going to do as advertised. So this has been the standard since the Depression era, and perhaps in the 1930s, it made sense. It made sense because animals were perhaps the best proxies for human beings. If you couldn't test on animals, you couldn't test on humans in an ethical way, then animals are the next closest thing. The problem, as you know, George, is that data are conclusive. The data show that in 90 to 95% of cases where the animal tests clear a drug for safety and efficacy, it fails in human clinical trials. I mean, a 90 to 95% failure rate is extraordinary. If you're a glucose shooter in the NBA and you're getting 5 or 10% of your shots, you're cut from the field the very next day. I mean, even in baseball where you're a success if you get 3 hits out of 10 at bats, this isn't even close to that. And this is sending us down the wrong direction in terms of our testing protocols. The Congress recognized it. Rand Paul, a conservative senator, he's an MP from Kentucky. He helped lead this effort with 4 campaigns. Which is better than this. We've got 21st century strategy. We've got organ on a chip. We've got a liver on a chip. We're a kidney on a chip. These are human cells that we're now replicating the functionality of a human kidney or liver, and we can test the drugs on those human cells in that form of a human organ and get much more reliable results. So this, I think, George, represents about an incredible seven. The richness mandate is truly one of the great advances in the temporary animal protection movement. But now we have to make sure that the Food and Drug Administration, working with the pharmaceutical companies, with academic institutions, with UNLV, with USC, or Yale or Harvard, now actually going to use the 21st century testing strategies and not keep relying on beagles and primates and other animals whose lives are sacrificed often for no valuable purpose.
We're talking with Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action when we come back. Wolves, kangaroos, cockfighting, dog fighting, a lot of ground still to cover here. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast. Marvin Gaye takes us into the break. I've been asked 1,000 times, do you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to keep focused on our clients and to have a commitment, find cases, and win.
main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. Good work. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an offer near you. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants, tax advantages to 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. For information on current and upcoming opportunities, today call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrcradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrcradio.com. Securities only available to verified accredited investors. Investors are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrcradio.com. Common sense, West California, a long time ago. We're bringing it back. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mudslide, Andre Henderson KFI 24-hour newsroom. A mudslide in Rocky Mount of Woodridge, big rain damaged 3 homes. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide. No injuries reported near Washington. Parts of the Canyon are still covered in a rock slide. Officials say closures continue to be a problem for the area. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is considering adding the California spotted owl to their protected list. If that happens, it will reverse the Trump administration's decision. UC Berkeley's Central Sierra Snow Lab says the California snowpack is almost double the amount as usual. It stands at 432 inches with more snow arriving daily. A Department of Water and Power worker in LA is in intensive care of and injury while trying to restore power to the San Fernando Valley. LA Department of Water and Power General Manager Martin Adams says workers have restored power to more than 98,000 homes since the weekend, but there are still some without power. 61 beds have been set up for the homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep these new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about 8 a.m. at the Long Beach Multi-Service Center. A man's body was found in a ditch near a hiking trail in Altadena. Authorities believe the man was a transient and his death may be weather-related. The Department of Energy says the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. Mark Mayfield has more.
U.S. government agencies have been divided over whether the health emergency began in China as a result of a lab leak or whether it was natural. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CNN on Sunday there's no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. He added there are a variety of views on the question within the intelligence community.
Southern weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in 40 to 50. Right now it's 48 in Santa Ana, San Diego at 43. Beverly Hills sits in the 47 and at 45 in Moorpark.
Moving 170 northbound at Magnolia. Clean up crews from an earlier crash, blocking the off-ramp there. Watch for the race as we approach this area. And in El Segundo, with trouble on the south end from over the little fender down, out of lanes and on the right shoulder. This is on the 14 northbound at Air Washington Highway. You have a crash there. That's picking up the middle lane. He's on the way. Watch for the race as we approach. And I hope to get you there faster than Brian and Dan. If you own a small business, you got some COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that just get nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student-loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes.
Refunds.com, getrefunds.com. Internet says, hey, I want my medical bill paid, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I want my accident lawyer. On the podcast, Really Know Really, doing best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Children, along with experts, researchers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most fascinating, creepy, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran the candidate that was a research. Really? Wait, that's seriously, that's really no really right there. Really no real. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity to keep real. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. So if principal credit report seems to apply, I took 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly I'm a fan. I believe they are doing the best of what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby Myers, we specialize in reducing car fighting accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If you're in the case, get serious help. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972. AMI, AM 640. AMI, AM 640. This is Jacob MI. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. AMI, AM 640. Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now, here's George. For those of you listening live, yesterday, Saturday, would have been George Harrison's 80th birthday. One of his masterpieces, All Things Must Have. We're talking with Link Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action about a range of animal welfare issues. A couple of years ago, he and his colleagues were directly involved in a battle in California to provide more humane living conditions for chickens. I don't know if there's a more abused animal in the world than And it has, the ballot initiative has, despite doom and gloom predictions from the chicken industry, that this would drive them out of the state, it would drive them out of business. Fast forward to now, when we've seen these big spikes in the cost of eggs, and you knew inevitably, invariably, so it's driving out of business. This is what we hoped would happen if you tried to give chicken more room to live. It would drive up the cost of eggs. Well, that's really what's going on. We're going to find out here in a moment. Of course, goes to AM. 2023 is off to a turbulent start as despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January. The administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at BullionMax.com/coach. That's right. BullionMax will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most fluid form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to BullionMax.com/coach and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something BullionMax and I set up just for you. Again, go to BullionMax.com/coach now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. BullionMax.com/coach. BullionMax.com/coach.
Okay, then, it's a great way to have more fun in bed and save money. If you want to take something like Viagra, it will give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Yes, $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men to improve their performance and confidence. You'll love them. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get 50 or more for around $100. You'll save hundreds of dollars off retail prices. That's enough to buy your date a nice dinner. Don't pay expensive prices for Viagra. Call now. Order 50 or more of our blue pills and pay as little as $2 a pill and save hundreds of dollars. Call anytime for confidential shipping.
Call Steel Man Pills now at 800-NEW-BLUE. 800-NEW-BLUE. 800-BLUE. That's 800-NEW-BLUE. Wayne Castelli, let's talk chicken. Seems like your work often involves chickens. I think they're, maybe I'm exaggerating, the most abused animal on the planet, given all that is done to chickens around the world.